Yeah, look, So one per square. One per block space, I thought it meant 1, 2, 3, 4, you could have 8. Well, block space, I was using the word block space. Right, so on it. Wow. Okay, I got you. But you could have 2 on the block. That's fine. Okay, I got you. 2 on the. We have to. The problem is that in typical government statutes, block space and block on two. That's our. You know, so you could. Right. But you still couldn't have more than 8 because that would mean that you were restricted. No, no, no. Well, no, I'm using it specifically to her house. Her house is here and across the street. Oreo goes over to Law Street. No, no, no. I'm just saying.
All right, can you film outside? All right, I grab.
Oreo goes. Oh, that's right. Yeah, so her block's only 2.
Yeah.
I mean, right, so you can only have 2. I got you. Uh-huh. Right. We thought this is. Well, they're saying to do it by block. Well, I'm welcome, you know, they're welcome for their comment, but it would still be if I did it by block.
Maybe I get to go home.
I don't want to recap this argument. That's not what my. My community. There's not one community in my district that would say that I want to have versus square. That's fine. If anybody ever asks you about it, Hey, that thing I think will be challengeable. It's really in my opinion, that's really the LLC versus corporation. I mean, it's versus individual. The LLC, the council. The courts of office, the person. Yeah. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Please take your seats. We're going to get started shortly. Means we got a quorum for quality of life. Right? We have you, me, Joe, for governmental affairs. Before we get started, a couple of housekeeping measures, just so you're aware, because this was an issue last meeting. If you plan to give testimony, please state your address along with your name. It is required. And I did not mention that last meeting. We did not get that information out until about a third way through. So let's avoid that this time going forward. Please look at the agenda so that you know which issues you'd like to speak on. And we will try to manage timestamps as best we can to put people in the proper order. Thank you. Until 5, right? That's why. 5.
This is for number 5.
Okey doke.
So for 5.
I don't know, 'cause I'm on both committees.
All right, who is our clerk today?
There's no rush. I'm gonna come talk, send that back. Who's our roll call? Anita, okay, Anita, you ready to go?
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Morel,
Here.
Councilmember Jeruso,
Here.
Councilmember Harris,
Here.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Green,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas. Do we have a quorum? Let the
Thank-
excuse me, let the record reflect that Councilmember Moreno is present.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting has started, so please take your seats, keep comments and background noise to a minimum. If you would like to have conversations, please take them out in the hall. We'd like to move as efficiently as possible today. First up, we have the approval of the minutes from the October 27th Governmental Affairs meeting, as well as the February 13th Joint Quality of Life Community Development Meeting. Councilman Jeruso moves to approve the minutes, to which Councilman Green seconds. Please vote your machines. 4 yeas, 5 yeas, 1 absent. It is adopted. First up, we have appointments. The first appointment we have, which is by Councilmember Thomas by request, is the appointment of Eric Jones to the Downtown Development District. Mr. Green moves approval. There is no public comment I'm aware of. Mr. Green's approval, which I second. Please vote your machines. 4 yeas, no nays. The appointment is approved. Next up, we have Councilman Green by request, the appointment of Edwin Murray to the Downtown Development District. Any comments? Seeing none. Councilman Green has moved. Councilman Harris has seconded. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. That approval is approved. Next up, by Councilman Jeruso, we have Dr. Dawn Broussard to the Ethics Review Board. I see no comment. Councilman Jeruso moves. Councilman Green seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Dr. Broussard is approved. Next up, we have the Fairground Citizen Advisory Committee. First up, we have Mr. Richard Kahn, who is nominated by Councilman Jeruso. I see no comment. Councilman Jeruso moves. Councilman Green seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. That is approved. Next up by Councilman Jeruso, we have Mr. Wayne Benjamin. I see no comment. Councilman Jeruso moves. Councilman Harris seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Mr. Benjamin's approved. Next up, we have Councilman Thomas. We have Mr. Hunter Thompson to the Finance Authority of New Orleans. I see no comments. Councilman Green moves, to which Councilman King seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. That individual is approved. Next up, we have Charles David Thompson to the Industrial Development Board. Nominated by Mr. Jeruso. No questions or comments. Councilman Jeruso moves. Councilman Green seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Mr. Thompson is approved. Next up, we have Thelma French, the Sandy Krasnoff Criminal Justice Coordination Council, nominated by Councilman Jeruso.
Sorry about that.
It's all right. No questions. Councilman Eugene Green moves, second by Councilman Jeruso. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Ms. French is approved. And last up, we have Dr. Rochelle Head Dunham to the Sandy Krasnoff Criminal Justice Coordination Council. I see no comments. I will move. Councilman Druso seconds. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. Dr. Rochelle is approved. Now we're on item number 4 of our agenda, which is a presentation by the Orleans Parish Communications District. Yes, Councilman Helena Moreno for an opening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you indulging me during this joint committee, which I happen to be not a member of either committee, which is why I haven't been voting on any of these items, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. The reason why I requested for Director Morris to come before the City Council is due to the irregularly high amount of complaints and information I have received about responses to 911 calls and issues regarding overall operations at OPCD. Members of the public and first responders have come forward about several incidents just within a period of a month where first responders were sent to the wrong location or were misinformed about the emergent situation at hand, or were not dispatched at all. I sent a letter to Director Morris on February 23rd listing some of these situations, which included the shooting of 15-year-old Tyler Ellis, where first responders were unfortunately dispatched to the wrong location. After 20 minutes of waiting, the boy's mother drove him to the hospital, and unfortunately, Tyler did not survive. Director Morris responded back to my letter to explain the circumstances around some of these instances and corrections to these issues. He will address those matters in the presentation today, and I appreciate that. Since the time of that particular letter that I sent to Mr. Morris, current and former OPCD employees have reached out to my office with major concerns about the workplace, which they say includes unfair and uneven treatment of employees, an environment of favoritism toward only certain employees, lack of training, and improper behavior from management, issues which they say only furthers the turnover within the agency. And I'll go over some of those concerns after your presentation. So the focus today is on finding solutions because the success of the Orleans Parish Communications District is truly a life or death matter. So with that, Mr. Morris, I turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Councilmember Moreno and members of the council and the public. Again, my name is Tyrone Morris. I'm the Executive Director of the Orleans Parish Communication District, which is home of New Orleans 911 and 311. And before I go into the presentation, I do want to take a moment to recognize the heroes and the heads of the OPCD that answer and process 1.2 million calls a year for service. I think it's important to level set that a city of our size, traditionally, you take one 911 call for every 2 residents. So by population, we should be taking 200,000 911 calls. Last year, we took over 650,000 calls. When you add all the other types of services we provide, it equals to 1.2 million. And with any system that is run by humans, there is a risk of error. Upon my time as appointment as director, my very first action was to create the Division of Training and Compliance, which has one of the largest staff augmentation of 7 full-time employees that are dedicated to ensure our call takers and dispatchers have the best training available in the industry. We evaluate performance and we hold people accountable to the high standards we have at OPCD. With that, I'll get into the presentation. OPCD's mission is very simple. It is to get the right people to the right place at the right time, and we strive to do this better than anyone else in the world. As a matter of transparency, I think it's important that the public understands that the OPCD is an independent political subdivision of the state of Louisiana and not an agency of the city of New Orleans. Although we provide direct services to the city of New Orleans, it is governed by an 11-person board of commissioners who is responsible for ensuring the agency is executing its mission. At OPCD, we have defined our culture. It is to show up. In every interaction members of the staff have with the public, each other, or our public safety partners, we expect them to be sincere and empathetic, honest and humble, optimistic, well-informed and willing, upbeat and positive, and procedurally compliant. Anyone that works in 911 can tell you that is a very difficult place to be. Staff over and over again are exposed to blind trauma, The burnout and turnover is high in the industry because we know it's very difficult work. And it's sometimes individuals that enter the industry after a certain amount of time, their performance begins to suffer because of the exposed trauma, and ultimately just make the decision to transition out of the industry. The COVID-19 pandemic, the spike in violent crime, and all the other variables that our community has experienced the last 3 years has led to across the nation a reduction in force of the 911 profession. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the challenges at OPCD are not unique to us. Every 911 center in America struggles with address accuracy, particularly in New Orleans, where our visitor population usually don't know their address of where the emergency is. And so the call taker is forced to use tools and understanding of the area to really pinpoint the particular location of the emergency. And Councilmember Moreno, I appreciate the comments. I came today to address the incidents that were addressed in the letter, the other instances that you mentioned about former and current employees and their concerns. This is the first I'm hearing of them. So I look forward to a future dialogue with you in your office to address those concerns. I just wish I had some moments to prepare for that today. Emergency communication specialists that answer 911 go through over 500 hours of training prior to operating independently as a call taker. There's 6 weeks of academic curriculum, 10 weeks on the floor under the supervision of a certified trainer. The Training Compliance Bureau will host weekly roll call trainings with the agency to cover various continuing education, policy changes, special event planning, and anything else the training team deems necessary. I will say we do work in an environment that changes weekly, either by regulation, best practice, standards are being issued. And so it's constantly requires us to be attentive to what's happening in the industry. OPCD staff are well certified. They go through an extensive vetting process. The process to maintain certification is not one where once you get there, you keep it. The staff are required to complete 48 hours of continuing education requirements every 2 years to maintain their certification. And our high-level certifications, the ones that teach our staff how to do the work of a call taker, are provided by the instructors of the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch. Finally, OPCD is unique where we have some of the best technology available on the market today. We have a robust computer-aided dispatch system from Motorola Solutions. We have the best 911 call handling system, which provides the best location accuracy available. We also use the protocols for questioning that is run by an academy to determine what the appropriate questions should be asked, in what order, and what happens when they're asked a certain way. We have the Rave Panic Button suite in all of our K through 12 schools for active shooters alerts. We also have Smart 911 citywide to ensure our residents remain up to date on emergencies happening in the city of New Orleans. We also support the mobile CAD computer-aided dispatch technology in all of our public safety agencies to include police, fire, EMS, and the SPCA. Now, to the calls that are listed in the letter from Councilman Moreno and the ones that I've addressed publicly, yes, there are instances that where the OPCD call takers erred in their processing of the call. But I would be remiss to say that that percentage of failure is very low. Now, I will be very clear. Every error is a problem. And we work our best to work in a zero error environment. But I think it would be unrealistic for us to say that's always going to happen. But if I can go through the 4 particular calls that were noted in your letter, council member. One was a next door post where a resident indicated she had waited over 90 minutes for an ambulance. I myself engaged this resident directly to ask for additional information so we can evaluate the agency's performance. When we went through our standard investigative process, which all investigations are handled by the Training Compliance Bureau, not the supervisory chain of command, to ensure that it's fair and unbiased, it was found that the call taker did comply with the agency's standards. Now, 90 minutes for an ambulance, unfortunately, OPCD does not control unit availability. But in this case, we did identify that there may be time for a protocol change to identify arm pain as a priority symptom, as it is not today. So based upon the public engagement and also your letter, council member, and our review of internal processes, we did submit a formal change request to the International Academy of Emergency Dispatch to include arm pain as a priority symptom. But I want to repeat, the call taker was found to be in full compliance with the agency standards. Next, an Entergy employee called to report an electrical fire. In evaluating the response, you can hear the call taker answering the questions, executing the protocol as designed. But when it came time to send the call to dispatch, there's a premise hazard on that particular address, which is designed to give the public safety agencies a warning before they enter a particular dangerous situation. Previously, that alert would prevent the call from being sent to dispatch because it's designed for the call taker to read it before any other action is taken. In review, we have decided to remove that barrier where it does not prevent the call for dispatch. But in this particular case, an error, an alert box popped and the call taker simply clicked the wrong button and the incident was cleared. So I will say in this particular case, when we have fire calls, we usually receive signals from many different locations, fire alarms going off, multiple calls come in, and that would provide us a catch-all in the event something went wrong in the dispatch. That did not happen in this case. OPCD not only do it provide refresher training immediately upon identifying this issue. I will say this particular case is over about 9 months old. And so we talk about short period of time that we discuss them publicly, but the incidents themselves have not happened in a short period of time. There was a call to 911 also in 2022 where the a Spanish-speaking male called 911 to report an emergency. The call taker immediately identified there was a language barrier and immediately conferenced in a certified emergency translator from CRICOM, which is the contract that is negotiated by the federal government to provide 911 translation for 911 centers across the nation. This particular interpreter, I think we all can agree, made some inappropriate comments during that call, indicated that she thought that the caller may have been faking, but the information was provided. The call taker used the technology available to identify a location. And once we're able to ascertain what the emergency was, the appropriate response was provided. As with any organization, again, that has humans involved in it, there's a strong quality assurance and robust situation or a system in place. And so we referred that call to the CRICOM organization for review. They have since responded saying that it does not meet their standards and that particular call taker no longer works for the organization. They've also provided training and refresher to all of their interpreters across the organization to really align, to ensure they understand the standards. And I provided that response to Councilmember Moreno's office. And finally, one of the most heartbreaking situations where I can say that is an embarrassment to the organization and does not speak to the high level of service that we provide on a regular basis was a 911 call was received to report a juvenile shot. This was a very difficult call to listen to as the hysteria level upon the initial call coming in was, you can only imagine how high that was. In the call taker's attempt to start units, she inadvertently transposed digits into a street address, and the system identified the wrong address and a response was sent to the wrong location. I've been transparent about that. We erred in that regard, and I do think the call taker's actions absolutely led to a delay in a response. In review of all the tools the call taker had available to make the right choice, the training that was provided, the call taker have previously demonstrated skill competency in this particular area, but the agency did make the decision to separate that individual from employment. I don't know if there was any system available today to fully eliminate the call taker making an error there. So we reached out to our other cities to identify, does anyone have a solution? Is there a technology available that we don't know about to alert us? And the answer is, it doesn't exist today. Oftentimes, when people call 911, they're not on scene. They've left the area, but they're giving a location of the emergency. So taking the caller's location of where they're calling from today is not always the best course of action. But in this case, the technology worked, but the human interaction, the individual did not perform as they were trained or how the agency expected them to perform. And so in light of this, and I'll be interested to hear the council members' reports of other address inaccuracies and allow the agency the opportunity to look into those matters. I will tell you, when I first arrived at OPCD, a complaint about an incorrect address happened on a daily basis. In my 5 years or 6 years at OPCD, getting a complaint about a potential wrong address is far few and in between. So I think from where we are today to prevent errors to where we've come from is been a significant improvement. I've also announced that we now have an online portal that faces the public, so the public can advise the agency when they believe that OPCD did not rise to the level of service that they provide. It's the first of its kind in the industry. We've committed to responding back to the reporting party within 7 calendar days of the findings of that investigation. OPCD does have one of the most robust training compliance bureaus in the industry. We do a quality assurance check on every single major offense that happens in the city of New Orleans, every single incident that is on the NOPD's major offense log that's published every morning, and every cardiac arrest call gets a quality assurance review within 24 hours of the incident happening. The call takers, the supervisors, the dispatchers, all involved in that call receive feedback from the bureau to say, hey, you did well, or you did well, but here's some areas we recommend that you focus on to get it even more seamless next time. The Training Compliance Bureau also conducts investigations that are generated by complaints, and they issue findings, determinations to the leadership for formal action. As I previously mentioned, we've launched a public-facing portal for quality assurance. On February 17th, we made this announcement because I really felt it was important for us, for the agency, as we work to protect and increase the public's trust. I think I agree with the council's position that transparency is the only way to do that. And so we have now this public facing portal. I will say to this day, since we've announced this, we haven't received a single report from the public regarding complaints. At the same time, we're also working on public facing dashboards to show how we as an agency are conducting internal reviews. So from the quality assurance work we do every single day to make that more public facing, so people can see the overall work and the lift that's happening to ensure that we are meeting the standards. I thought it was important to share what is happening in the last 2 months in 911 in the city of New Orleans. We are taking an average anywhere from an additional 5,000 to 8,000 911 calls a month that we took over prior year. In some instances, it's a 20% increase. The city of New Orleans, as we know, the economic development of the city, the comeback from COVID has been strong, which ultimately has related into an increase in workload for those of us that work in 911 and emergency communications. But also in the last 2 months, we've seen a significant improvement in our meeting of the national standards for call answering times. We've hired staff. We actually have a job fair scheduled for this Saturday. We have re-engineered our hiring process, and we've announced a one-stop shop job fair on Saturday. You can come on Saturday morning and go through the entirety of our 5-step process. So by the time you leave with a conditional offer of employment, instead of having to come back to the office many different times to complete the various steps. In operations, we have about 35 vacancies left in 911. We are looking our next recruit class to be 24. That's the max we can train at one time. And so we're hoping from the job fair on Sunday, from Saturday through the 120 people that have registered as of this morning, that we'll be able to identify those top 24 candidates to be in our next academy coming up in April. But at the same time, we are consistently, we're increasing our compliance with national standards. I will say for February, we actually hit the national standard for the first time in 18 months. But at the same time, we're seeing a 20% increase in 911 calls. And so I think it's clear that the agency's performance is increasing as we saw a sudden surge out of the industry across the nation post-COVID. I did want to take an opportunity to provide members of the council and the public an update on the Hexagon on-call records project. There was an article that was released this past Sunday about the project that I thought was incredibly imbalanced and one-sided. It quoted information that's more than 9 months old and no one that currently works on the project today. The Hexagon On-Call Records project will be replacing about over a dozen legacy NOPD systems. And I think any city can tell you that this would normally be a multi-year project. We are 18 months into the deployment of the system, and we have a go-live date scheduled for August of 2023. And so I have been open, honest about our challenges with this. As we travel down the road for deployment, we have encountered many different challenges, some that were unseen, unplanned around data structure, integrity, the health of the data. And we would much rather take our time to get it right as opposed to rush and have a botched deployment. So as of today, August 29th is the date we have scheduled for go live. There will be a complete reimagination of how our many different law enforcement agencies operating in Orleans Parish will finally be operating on a single platform that is robust, that is secure, and I think will set us up to really be an international model in the way we manage data from a law enforcement perspective. And with that, council members and members of the council, I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director Morris, for your presentation and for your time here. I wanted to bring two additional incidents to your attention. These are both dealing with the New Orleans Fire Department. Both incidents occurring in the month of February, where firefighters say that they were not dispatched properly to very serious incidents. The first incident is number 7109 on February 11th, where a single ladder was sent to a one vehicle accident. Now, once they had arrived at the accident, this was a very serious scene where one person was deceased, another had been ejected from the vehicle, another person was trapped in the vehicle. Now, where firefighters are saying that this is an issue is that in the call notes, it very clearly states that there were several people pinned, that the vehicle was in the canal, multiple people trapped, and that certainly the response should have been much more than just one ladder. When firefighters arrived at the scene, of course, they called for a one alarm and for additional assistance. So that's one incident that also needed to be addressed about why, if the operator had received that information, why was dispatched a little differently. Another incident also involving the New Orleans Fire Department. This one happened on 2/20 of 2023. This is an incident in which Engine 35 was dispatched to a pole on fire on Orleans Avenue. The incident number on this is 08848. So once again, they are dispatched to a pole that's on fire. Now, when firefighters arrived, they actually arrived to a very dangerous and chaotic scene that did include an electrical pole on fire, but it also included a very serious multi-vehicle incident with a driver gravely injured that was who was profusely bleeding from his neck. There were live wires that were also, on the street. And I actually have the full report on this particular incident, where it shows there were 8 calls into 911 describing the life-threatening situation at this particular scene. Yet once again, one ladder sent. As soon as firefighters arrived, they called for a one alarm and additional assistance. So those are 2 additional situations where, for some reason, the dispatch was incorrect. And firefighters say that, these were, precious moments that are really necessary at these particular scenes that unfortunately were lost because of improper deployment.
Thank you, Councilman Brennan. Thank you for the incident numbers and times, because now we can actually go back and review the call and see what occurred. But I do want to provide a point of clarification for everyone listening about how this process works, right? So for the accident per se, based upon what was reported to 911, a single vehicle accident, a single engine response is what the fire department has determined for us what the response will be. And so OPCD does not determine. We don't have the opportunity to cherry pick, okay, this sounds a little bit more, let me add these additional units. Using the protocols, the system will spit out a particular code, which is then matched to an incident type in CAD, which the fire department has said, when these come across, send these resources. And so traditionally, a traffic accident is a single engine, but it is a multi-agency response. It's an EMS and a police response. Now, hearing the other types of descriptives without looking at the call, you are correct. If that information was available to the dispatcher, that would have then changed the incident type, which should have then informed the response. And so I will respond back to you on those two particular incidents.
Yeah, because it also says that number of people reportedly injured in the call note says 3 or 4. The number of people trapped, pinned, 2 people pinned, and then it goes on to revise, the number of people pinned and injured, and so if it's a code situation that if it says it's a 1-car accident, you're only going to get 1 fire truck show up. Well, then it needs to be changed because there's obviously something wrong in the system. If people injured and pinned in a vehicle accident is not resulting in, making sure that it is a 1 alarm, that you do have immediate response, that it isn't just, a little fender bender.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I will say, these response algorithms, we call them response complements or equations, are things that we determine together between OPCD and the Public Safety Agency responding. And so we meet about these monthly, and a lot of times we make alterations to response plans. And so I absolutely will, again, respond back to you with what our findings are and any recommendations of changes or any changes that take place from the inquiry.
And I will say this, you did do an investigation, because I have the report on incident 8848. And on that one, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different calls that came in, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of the 9 calls, the way that they were received in and dealt with were found to be non-compliant with the agency's procedures.
I appreciate that. And again, when there's a non-compliance of any type of magnitude, it does elevate to leadership and then appropriate progressive or disciplinary action. Sometimes it's remediation training if it was unwillful or the call taker had good intent, but we have to reshape the thinking. If it was just didn't follow the agency's procedures, we have a very clearly defined progressive discipline process. And again, I would have come with it. I'm sorry if I had this information, but I think you and I work closely enough, and I will give you the information.
So I think it's important to understand kind of the setup at OPCD. Explain to me, you all are responding to 911 and 311 calls, correct?
And non-emergency calls, yes.
Okay. So explain to me, when those calls come in, who's responsible for answering those particular calls and who's responsible for dispatch?
Absolutely. So the individuals that answer 911 are the ones I mentioned before that have all the credentials and over 500 hours of training. They answer the call, they process the call for service using the computer aided dispatch system and the appropriate protocol. And then once the system determines there's enough information for dispatch, it will send it to the appropriate dispatcher.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's a dispatcher of one particular agency. Sometimes the call goes to all 3, police, fire, and EMS, based upon the severity of the particular call. But we are separated. Call takers are separated from dispatchers. Dispatchers are responsible for dispatching the calls as units become available, understanding the units, understand the prioritization. Now, again, priority is preset. I think we've gone down this enough. We don't ever downgrade calls at OPCD. We can always upgrade. But the dispatching function is managing the response, while the call taking operation is making sure we have the intel and get it in the system so the system can formulate an appropriate response.
And with the merger of bringing in 311, you have separate operators taking the 311 calls?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about the dispatchers? Are dispatchers responsible for both 911 and 311 calls?
They're responsible for 911 and public safety non-emergencies. And so if you call 311, the first prompt is, do you have a public safety non-emergency? That goes down the traditional route of a emergency communications professional, but it's a lower priority call as opposed to 911. It's the system handles it differently than 911, but it's the same bank of call takers and dispatchers managing those emergencies.
So that's one of the issues that I'll say this, that the employees did say has become an issue, is that when there was that merger of 911 and 311, and remind me, I believe it happened in 2019 or 2020. 18, okay, and somewhere around there. When that merger happened, they said that, you know, first they felt that they were not trained up to take, you know, the intake of 311, and then I guess the non-emergency calls, all the dispatchers having to deal with all the dispatches. They said, as you know, there's been additional turnover and lesser employees, that when it comes to dispatchers, that they're handling that. They're busy handling these non-emergency calls when 911 calls are coming in. But that's why people are being put on hold. I don't know if that is correct, but that is what they're saying appears to be happening.
Yeah, so the staff that answer 311 and 911 are two separate buckets of employees.
What about for dispatch though?
So I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you have the people who take the calls when the call comes in, right? Okay, and then you have people who are responsible, a separate group of employees who are responsible for dispatching what is necessary to address the issue, right? Okay, so I get it that you have 911 specialists, operators with all the training to take in the call. And then you have a separate group who take in the non-emergency calls, correct?
Same group, if it's public safety non-emergency, the 911, those call takers take 911 and public safety non-emergency.
Okay, so they're taking both.
Yes.
Okay. So maybe that's also goes to the point of that's why people are being put on hold, because they're taking these non-emergency calls now.
They always have been. That's not a change. The only thing that's been different is 311, where we have a dedicated staff that handles those calls specifically. But with the 821-2222 number, the non-emergency number for the police department, and 911 have always been the same bank of people.
Who handles dispatch for 311?
Dispatch, there isn't a dispatcher for 311.
So 311, if there's an issue, you know, whatever it could be, from, hey, I want to report my streets busted up again, or my trash can's broken, or whatever, who dispatches someone to deal with it, or who addresses that particular issue?
So the 311 customer service specialist will enter that request into our system. And then the system is routed to the appropriate city agency responsible for providing that service. We don't directly dispatch city government employees. Their departments do. We're just a transmitter of information and based upon where it needs to go. For example, missed trash pickup, those get sent to the contractor. If you're calling about a down tree, those go to Parks and Parkway. The system does determine if it's an emergency, meaning a tree is down and it's cross blocking a street. Then it sends an alert to the supervisor on duty at OPCD to make a phone call to the arborist in the middle of the night to handle those things more expeditiously. But there isn't a dispatcher on 311 sending out city resources. We just provide the request to the department in the way they determine, and then they manage those cases.
How many employees do you have working just on the 911 side?
Well, collectively answering phones.
Answering phones and working dispatch.
Okay, so as of right now, we're looking a team of 30 on every squad. That includes dispatchers, call takers, but I do think it's important to talk about how you become a dispatcher, right? So everyone in the organization that's an emergency communications specialist is a call taker. Everyone starts as a call taker. And so as you progress through your career, you can take a 10-week training course to gain an additional dispatch skill, police dispatch, fire dispatch, EMS dispatch. But at the end of the day, at a base level, everyone is a call taker. And so on your 12-hour shift, the agency will place you based upon where we need you. If we have a spot for a police dispatcher, you have that skill, we put you there. If we need call takers, we put you there. But in order to increase the level of dispatchers, I have to increase the number of call takers, because that's at the crux of the mission. That's where the organization, we have to answer the phone. And so again, as we look to fill vacancies, like I said, a class of 24 coming up in April, we hope to fully fill that course. That's going to have an incredible impact on how fast we can train dispatchers, make them more readily available. But as we see the call volume increases, it's exhausting work. And so we are working to as quickly as possible. I will say, I think it's also important to note that the board has recently authorized a compensation and classification study. Because we saw a mass exodus of employees once Amazon started offering $20 an hour. We also have other parishes in Louisiana that are they're nearby, but they have significantly increased their starting salaries. So we have lost some people to other agencies. So I think the compensation study that's underway right now, which will wrap up in a few weeks, which I'll make available to the council and to the public, it will make a recommendation saying in order to be competitive, this is where the salary needs to be. So as we look at next year's budget cycle, we know where that should be.
From what I understand, you're doing some type of survey of employees to understand, how they're feeling about their job and things that could be improved.
Yes, part of that classification study was an internal survey evaluating many different fronts about what motivates them and various things around job satisfaction.
Yeah, and talking to some of the employees, I'll just be honest with you. I mean, at times they don't feel, supported, and they feel like some of the issues that are happening, particularly with what we've just talking about happening in the month of February and kind of the ball being dropped, is because they feel like there isn't enough oversight on the kind of the boots on the ground folks, your heroes, as you like to call them, that there isn't enough oversight, even to the point sometimes when there's potential, hand holding needed so that things don't fall through. That's one of the things that they talked about. They also feel like the agency at times is at least the management team has their favorites. And if you're not one of their favorites, then, you're disciplined more often than those who are on the favorite team. I think that's something to be cognizant of. They also say that there's been some inappropriate actions by management, including printing of OPCD ID cards for non-employees. Is that correct?
So the agency, I received this inquiry about 2 years ago about the inappropriate printing of ID cards, because I will say this: the agency is a CJIS certified agency and is subject to the audit of the FBI at any point in time. And at no time has it been found that the agency violated the access control policy around the issuance of ID cards or credentials. And so I think
there's a difference. I mean, there's one about violating the access control policy, but then the other issue is, did you ever print an ID card for someone that was not an employee?
not that I can recall today, but I mean, if there's a particular question or example, I will tell you there's been one that has come to me, which I think is a shot in the dark. Is when I first arrived at OPCD, being the first openly gay African-American director of the organization, the HR team and an element of ceremonious joy, I guess, printed an OPCD card for my husband, but it was very clear that on the ID that he was not an employee of the organization. And so since that question has come up, we have taken that back. That's the only instance that I can think of. Again, that ID had no access to anything. It was simply ceremonious, simply like we give out cards to police officers' families when they join the force, as an opportunity to say we support the family that also do this heroic and difficult work. That's the only instance that I can think may be spoken of, because I've heard about it.
Officers' families get ID cards?
I mean, it's across the country. If you are part of a police benevolent association, you get a card that says you're a member of that organization. And so I'll leave it at that.
Let me move to translation services. So, obviously, we talked about the story that Fox 8 did, where the translator accused the man who had been shot and paralyzed of lying about his injuries and saying that it was not a true incident. It was incredibly just grueling and gut wrenching to listen to the agony this man was enduring. And obviously, steps have been taken by the translating company to address that particular employee. But what I also wanted to ask is, why not have individual translators within OPCD?
Absolutely. So for us, organization of our size, it will be impossible for me to make sure I have a translator available for the language that someone may be calling, especially for an international city like ours. And so when you look at cities across the country of our size, the best practice is you contract with a translation service that provides over 250 languages available to us at a moment's notice. And I am absolutely open to diversifying the workforce, right? To look and feel like the community it serves.
So for those operators who do speak Spanish, you allow them to speak in Spanish?
I do
too?
not. No, we always use a translation service because they are the certified body that that provides that translation service. They have the contract, but also it helps ensure that the evidentiary value of the call remains intact. But there's also no way for me to know a call to 911 is someone that speaks Spanish. I would have to always, or any other language, I would have to have them available and then transfer them to the other person on the line. I don't gain anything by having another person sitting in the same center that had to transfer the call anyway. It takes a couple seconds for us to get an interpreter on the line. So to me, it's more of a robust, more stable, more quality experience to use the translation service. I recently received a question from a news outlet asking about all the times that we have had challenges with the interpreter. This is the only time in my entire career working in 911, both here and other organizations, where we've ever had an issue with the translation service.
So, my question goes back to, if you have an employee who already speaks Spanish, why not allow this person, to immediately start trying to help this individual instead of having to tap in the translating services? Because from what I understand, you do have at least one employee who speaks Spanish.
Right. So that means that employee will get all the Spanish speaking calls. And I had to make sure that employee remains available. In most
No,
cases,
I'm
they're
just
not.
saying that if the call comes in, he happens to pick up the phone, the person speaking Spanish, why not begin with assisting this person and go from there instead of having to go tap into the translating service?
Because the translation service has certifications they take their staff through to ensure that they're speaking proper Spanish, that if the call is ever used in evidence and is challenged in court, that it's upheld. Similar to the police department having to certify interpreters to provide translation service on the scene. There's a complete process for that.
There are other 911 centers that do have specific translators, who are part of their unit.
Not with our size.
I mean, I think if you're getting, more than 95% and I'm getting the stat from the report that I saw, the media report, if more than 90 or 95% of the foreign language speaking callers are speaking Spanish, I mean, you would think that, maybe it would be prudent to have translators already there, or at least allow the people who do speak Spanish, who are part of your team, to be able to take these calls immediately.
I think any 911 center director that has tried this and done this exercise before about what's the best way to provide service delivery to a non-speaking population, they would disagree with that. I think using the translation service is the best way. It's the recommended best practice amongst centers of our size. And see, at this point, having only one instance reported that the service was not provided in a way that we expect is definitely something that to be considered. I think it's a successful contract and a system in place. I will say, though, there is no policy that prohibits an employee from speaking the language, their native language, if they get a 911 call. But we expect them to use that native language to alleviate or bring down the hysteria threshold, so we can further communicate with this individual by using the translation service the agency has chosen to use.
And then, finally, I'll wrap up with, I think that some of your employees, and they feel like they maybe can't come directly to you for potential disciplinary purposes, but they feel like, that you might have too many things on your plate. You've got your real estate business, you're now head of the new crime task force. And on that vein, now that I'm thinking about the crime task force, it's been more than 60 days that it's been formed. And I think we're due a 60-day report. Is that coming? Where is that 60-day report?
So I don't think that, I think the 60-day period was for the mayor to make a decision on what was next with the task force. I will tell you, there is a plan in the future. We have a couple of things that are happening right now to provide an update publicly about what the actions of the task force and things that are happening. It is coming, but
Wait, and let me go back. So I'm sorry to get off topic here, but you're saying that it was no longer 60 days to come back with a report. It's now 60 days to decide what to do with the task force?
So I think, and I think that's where we get confused. I don't think anyone ever committed to a public report on what the task force is doing at the 60-day mark. What the mayor said at the press conference when she signed the executive order saying that she was thinking more like 60 days to see what the task force impact will be. And so there is a report that we will provide to her as far as what she may do with the future of the task force. I will say, to answer the question about too many things on my plate, while I appreciate the sentiment, I'm grown. I can handle my workload. Yes, I work very long hours. I arrive at work mostly at 7 a.m. and sometimes I go to bed till 2. But that's a choice I made. But at no point in time does my service to the city of New Orleans, to OPCD, to this council, to this body, or the public ever suffered from that, because I have made a choice to have an entrepreneurial spirit. I think you yourself have said you appreciate that our city is an opportunity for people to grow entrepreneurial work. Now, I will tell you, I think the mentioning of my real estate business, I think it's a low blow. But at no point in time has that distracted me from executing my duties as a public official.
Any other questions from council members? Okay, you have some comments. Council President Morrell.
Yeah, basically, this is totally different train than what's been previously discussed. I want to talk about Hexagon.
Okay.
I've reviewed some of the stories. I've had some conversations with individuals. I think, when was the Hexagon contract signed?
20, I think early 2021, I believe. Again, these are not questions that I was prepared to answer because it wasn't the subject matter of this meeting. But I believe it's early 2021, but I can provide you a timeline today.
To be clear, I brought this up because in your slides, you had a Hexagon project update. So you open the door, I'm just going through the door.
No, I don't mind answering the questions, but I may not have the detail you're looking for because it was an overall update.
Okay, well, you can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is when the contract was signed, and this was a no bid contract, correct?
We did not issue a public bid because the state law says we didn't need to in this regard. We did take proposals from many different vendors to evaluate. We did our due diligence to survey the marketplace because it's software, communication districts as political subdivision.
Which two agencies are primarily impacted by Hexagon?
It's primarily. I think New Orleans Police Department is the heaviest in that regard, but it will serve as a records management system for all law enforcement agencies operating.
The two, from my analysis, it would appear the two, and obviously all law enforcement impacted, the two that seem to have a disproportionate amount of interaction with Hexagon are the sheriff's office and the police department.
Okay.
I guess my question is, based upon what I've read, why were neither of these groups consulted in the selection process?
I don't think that's accurate. We have provided the record in many different regards, even for this story that came out last Sunday, that OPCD made a formal recommendation in writing to the police department who we believe should be selected. And we received a response back saying they agree with that.
That I guess there might be some, that's not the question I'm asking. I understand that OPCD made a formal recommendation.
Okay.
When the vendors were being reviewed. Why weren't why weren't NOPD and the sheriff's department at the table during the selection process, meeting with these groups and seeing their wares?
They were. I mean, so the NOPD had representatives at all 3 demonstrations from all 3 vendors that provided presentations. I've never been asked that direct question, but I think even the sheriff's office under the former administration provided representatives for the demos. So
so there were 3 vendors. 3 vendors who I guess were the finalists.
Yes.
And NOPD was present. The sheriff's office was present. And from your perspective, OPCD made a recommendation to those organizations saying, hey, we
to the end of the heaviest lift of the product was there, which was the Hexagon one. But Mark 43, Motorola Solutions, and Hexagon all provided demonstrations, and members of the New Orleans Police Department were present for those.
My understanding is, I appreciate your emphasis on NOPD, but I want to go back to the sheriff's office. It would appear that the value of this contract is $6 million over 5 years, correct? Is that about right?
About right.
And 40% of that is from the sheriff's office.
Yes.
So I would argue that they probably have a pretty significant interest that rivals NOPD in that they're providing almost half the cost for it.
Okay.
Okay, the sheriff's office, did the sheriff's office ever sign off on saying, we agree on using Hexagon?
If you're looking for a signed document or an email to say as such, I don't know if that will exist. There was an in-person meeting with Sheriff Guzman right before the election where his team communicated with myself and the Hexagon project team saying, we reviewed the solution. Here are a couple concerns we have. Hexagon responded saying we've remedied those concerns. And so I had a formal face-to-face with the sheriff and he in person said, it looks good, let's move forward. And then the election happened and then we didn't hear from the sheriff's office anymore after that. And so I think there was an incredible effort to ensure they were at the table. I've provided emails of such to the latest NOAA.com report to demonstrate that. I can provide them to your office as well.
Well, I guess to your point, you started with that and I appreciate it. If the sheriff's office is on the hook for 40% of $60 million and there's nothing in writing saying they agree to it, I'm just saying the lawyer in me is that's a pretty significant commitment to not have something in writing saying we agree to it.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the JMS functions of the system is one module out of 15 that the system will do, right? And so when it's fully deployed, 14 of the modules will belong to the New Orleans Police Department. The booking information and the booking processing, the arrest data that other jails or other that is designed for a correction facility, absolutely. The price of the system maintenance was what it was. We internally decided, look, let's divvy it up this way based upon the number that the sheriff said they concurrent users in the system at a time. So it wasn't necessarily Hexagon's decision to split. They had no way in separating who was going to pay for what. We could have said the state of New Orleans pays for the whole thing. But coming to the table throughout those negotiations, we didn't arrive at that number arbitrarily.
I guess I've got an overall concern. I guess I'll call it this, not a question, but a concern that I understand that OPCD is fronting how much of the overall cost of the system?
So the board authorized to front the initial development and deployment cost, the professional services part to get the project off the
And
ground.
what's the valuation there?
About $2 million.
And what's the overall value of the contract?
Like you said, 6 million total.
Total 6 million over 5 years for this initial rollout period. What's the value of the contract beyond that period?
So it's $2 million for the deployment, and then it's 950 every year.
Okay.
So 6 million is total.
And Hexagon has contemplated that after a 6-year period, both sides can just walk away.
Well, I think any contract that you have in place is not longer than 5 years.
Okay. Well, I think it's important to cite that 5-year note because there are a plethora of oversights that kick in once you have a contract that goes beyond certain timelines. But I guess I'm also very, very concerned. So the initial date where this was supposed to be live, as I understand it, was the go live date was January of 2022.
Yes.
We are now in March of 2023, and you said the new go live date is August.
Yes.
Have you heard the term, and I'm sure you have, because you're someone who I think is very well read, of throwing good money after bad?
Yes. For the term.
Okay. What happens if Hexagon does not go live in August?
I think that if that doesn't happen, there should be a very open, honest, and transparent question as to why. I can tell you why today we were delayed. If that's the question. But if it doesn't go live on August 29th, and I will say all the major hurdles, the milestones that had risk to delay, we have overcome them. We're in the final stages now. We're now developing training plans and training aids for the frontline officers to use this system because it has been built enough where we're comfortable that it will meet the needs of the department. This is a place that we're really excited to be at this point.
I appreciate that, and I truly believe you believe that. But are you also familiar with the concept of vaporware?
No.
Okay.
Again.
It's a Silicon Valley term. Vaporware is when you have some wonderful program that you put out there. You say, I've got this great program, and you develop tremendous funding and enthusiasm around it. And then time passes, and then you realize that program is never actually going to come out. And at some point, the investors and the people that are excited about it, whether it be a video game or a productivity program, they get to a point where 5, 6, 7 years have passed and they go, well, I guess I could just count that money as money not well spent. And the concern I have as a council member, and I know Councilman Druso was here, he's probably still around lurking somewhere, is that the longer we spend trying to refine this program, and I know as recently as March of last year, apparently one of the delays, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was 150 technical issues that had to be worked out, that I guess have been worked out at this point.
Yeah,
But it seems like if you have a company that is working with you to develop software and they're being paid to continue to adapt their software to meet what you foresee as the inner workings of the NOPD and the like to make it be available, how much money will the city of New Orleans, OPCD, NOPD, and the sheriff's office have spent in August of this year if this is vaporware? How much money will we have spent?
as of right now, the deployment cost for the product, no matter what the delay is, hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed.
Has not. The contract was for delivery. And as we've gone through this process, and I will tell you, I think you understand the complexities of the data that the city of New Orleans has. We're talking systems from 1960 that have to bring data over from cold cases. We're talking millions of elements of evidence that have to be evaluated to be brought into a system that is being used by police departments of many sizes. One example would be Amtrak Police uses this system across the country in all 50 states, and they're able to nuance it based upon the individualized requirements of that state. So the system is not an issue. Where we ran into problems is that when you're going through a technology product of this size, not only do you have to evaluate the data, it forced the department to look at business processes. And so there was a lot of changes internally that had to occur within the NLPD, had to be evaluated. There was a question around evidence. There was a mid-product change or process change around the NIBRs and LIBRs reporting requirements. And so we had to quickly make sure that when we went live, we met the newest standards available on the market today. There's many interfaces that many of the disparate systems and agencies use. We had to make sure they were all included in this. And so when I look at El Paso, Texas, right, they deployed this, took them 3 years because the system was so complex. For us to be 18 months in this deployment and have a go live date we all feel very confident in, I think is a win for us. You're right. But I will say,
wait, so just before you continue, so right now you're still in the deployment phase, right? And they have not moved beyond deployment. So right now, since OPCD agreed to front the deployment costs, the current costs are on y'all.
yes, we've already funded, or it's paid out based upon milestones the project reaches.
Then why did the sheriff's office have to provide a payment?
Right. So every year there is a maintenance cost, right? And so your deployment and professional services, the system to go live is what it is. But the cloud storage and the place to hold the data, that still continues. Most of the delays for the product, I'll be honest, have been on the agency's perspective, all coming together to make some decisions. It took us a while to even agree on a centralized charge table to make sure that the system was, we all were reading from the same sheet of music, which I think is, as a lawyer, you can appreciate that when a case goes to court, that we're all singing from the same sheet of music.
So just to be clear, because I'm trying to follow money. So right now, OPCD is fronting the deployment costs.
Yes.
The storage costs, which is what the sheriff paid, I believe that was.
It was $450,000 from the sheriff, and the city of New Orleans fronted their portion, totaling about $950,000 annually, which is the contract value.
So right now, OPCD is fronting the cost for deployment, but the city is paid $1.5 million in storage costs for a system we cannot currently use.
No, it's $1 million. It's a $950,000 annually for the entire system.
Okay, because you said 950 for NOPD.
No.
I'm saying combined.
500,000 for NLPD, 450 for the sheriff's office.
Okay, that might be more than a 40% breakdown. So what you're saying is the city's paying $1 million for storage for a system that is not currently rolled out.
Right. They paid first time in January, 2 months ago.
Okay, I appreciate your timelines. So I think we can all agree that, and I hope Hexagon is watching this as well, that come August, we have crossed the line into throwing good money after bad if the city, be it the sheriff's office or OPD, is continuing to pay storage costs for a system they don't have access to.
Sure, we can, I hope that in
Well, I mean-
August, we can all celebrate the win that the system deployment gives.
I think what will be very different, I know that Councilman Druso has a charter amendment changing how we consider budgets. I can tell you candidly that if we're not in a different place in this system, come budget season, there are other things we could spend $1 million on. So I think that whatever the kinks that have to be worked out are, this is not a indefinite timeline. There is a timeline. They've, like you said, they're about not 18 months. I'd say probably at this point they're, well, actually about August, about 18 months past their due date. I think once you're a year and a half beyond when your deployment period is, especially when you're talking about software, especially considering the idea of good money after bad, especially considering the idea of vaporware, that at some point we as a city are going to have to evaluate, is this the right system for us? Or maybe take the lessons learned from it not working and move forward with someone else. But I think August works well for a bright line for us to revisit this conversation.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. I will
Thank
say, no matter who the vendor is, the challenges we encountered, we would have encountered them with anybody. Because I think the complexity was on us, meaning the city of New Orleans and our disjointed criminal justice system. I think this is going to give us in a place where everyone can realize their long lost dreams of being consolidated in a cloud-based secure system. So thank you. And I welcome the conversation anytime that you or your office or any members on the dais want an update, by all means, we will provide it.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Green.
Yes, of course, the ultimate goal is that 311, 911 and non-emergency numbers 821, 222 to get to provide the services to the community that we need. So could you comment on a statistic that I've heard in terms of 911 calls, the number that you receive versus the actual emergencies that are created?
I would say about out of the 650,000 911 calls we received, about 20 to 25% of them are life-threatening emergencies. I also want to level set a bit. So I had a discussion with some other major city directors last week, and I shared with them our call answer times, and they were all blown away. And their response was, "How are you doing this? There's some cities reporting 6-minute hold time on 911, and 40 seconds will make the headlines here in New Orleans." And so I think it's important that we understand the true workload and what's happening across the industry as we all work to answering every 911 call in New Orleans Parish in 0 seconds. That is the goal, always will be the goal, but it's important to talk about existing conditions on the ground across the country.
What could help to make that a little bit more efficient process? You can talk to our citizens of our city right now relative to 911 calls.
I think at the end of the day, council member, what makes 911 work well is its people. The people of OPCD are the bread and butter and guts of that organization. And I think the faster we can fill the vacancies, we can offer a compensation package that's attractive, that makes us the preferred employer for anyone that wants to work in emergency communications, then by all means, I think we'll be in a much better position in 3 months once we've done all those things. But I will say, over the last couple of months, there has been an element of dissonance amongst the community. Some staff have reported to me them out grocery shopping after work, and the public approaches them with some very aggressive comments about what they believe is happening in this space. Now, I think the public has the right to understand what is happening, but I don't think any public official should be subjected to unfair, imbalanced treatment. Even me. I mean, by all means, I signed up for this job. I knew that it meant I was in a hot seat. Hold me accountable. You can play with me all day, but not with the heroes at OPCD. They don't deserve that. So I think if we love on each other a little bit more, we show appreciation for each other. I will say April is National Public Safety Telecommunicator Week. I look forward to seeing all of you all there as we celebrate the heroes at OPCD. And I will say the data is showing that we are performing well. We are increasing performance. I look forward to, at the end of the day, the next time I have an opportunity to come before this body to share even more progress.
What should a citizen know and think
as they call 911?
Absolutely. 911 is for life-threatening emergencies. There's an immediate threat to you, personal property, or you witness an emergency. We ask you to call 911. For all other public safety incidents, we ask you to dial 311 and press the prompt 1 for a non-emergency. But you still get a public safety response, but it allows the call takers to really answer the true life-threatening emergencies first.
I hate to see vacancies at the city of New Orleans because every job pays well, pays benefits and retirement benefits and health benefits. Tell me about those 35 vacancies and talk to the public about why someone should work for the Orleans Parish Communication District so that you can fill those vacancies as soon as possible.
Absolutely. So if you're someone that enjoys service to community, likes a fast-paced environment, and you're not afraid by crisis, some of us perform well. They're our best in crisis, and that's the kind of person we're looking for to work at OPCD. We offer all the myriad of benefits. We're probably the only employer in the state, I believe, offering student loan repayment assistance, which we believe really helped entice some individuals that were fresh out of college looking to remove some of that student loan barrier. We've seen some employees become homeowners in Orleans Parish because of that benefit. We offer all like retirement and everything else every city employee or state employee receives. The starting salary was just increased by 5% this budget cycle. Hopefully the compensation study will inform us on other actions that need to take place to remain competitive in the workspace. It is a job that can be very difficult. Most of the days it is, but it's incredibly rewarding. It is a career. If you're like someone that can put pieces together of a puzzle and helps make something make sense for our responders on the ground, check us out. opcdla.gov/careers is where you can apply. We have now allowed people to take the pre-employment exam at home, or you can come into the office to do it. We've condensed our hiring process to 5 steps, and I hope we make the entry as easy as possible.
There are 120 people who signed up for your coming job fair.
Yes, sir.
Could you speak to that public again about that job fair and how they would sign up?
Yep. So the job fair, we capped it. 120 is the max we could take in a day. There's actually a wait list right now of 18 people that's growing every hour. And so if we don't fill the 24 vacancies for our next recruit class, we'll start tapping into that wait list. I will say when we did some assessment or some evaluation of applicants that were unsuccessful to say, hey, what happened? You started our process, but you didn't finish it. We heard overwhelmingly that we didn't make it easy, having to come to the office to take a test, having to come to the office to get fingerprinted, having to come to the office to take a drug screen. If we can remove those barriers or their impacts or make it easier to complete all those processes, hopefully we'll see more people complete the process.
It's always possible that some employees don't feel comfortable coming to management to talk about some of their concerns. Could you talk to the employees themselves through this public forum about what they should do if they have concerns relative to approaching management with their issues?
Absolutely. So I think holistically, I've always maintained an open door policy. Even at the bottom of my email, anyone of the public or the staff can click a link to get 15 minutes on my calendar to talk. I've even met with staff off site just to make sure that they felt like they had my full attention. They weren't subject to the rumor mill of someone seeing them go to the director's office. And so I will continue that the agency has an employee advisory council that reports to me directly, that meets with me on a quarterly basis. So I can hear directly about issues from the operations floor. But I will say we are an organization based in accountability. And so just like any public safety agency, failures on our part can be catastrophic, as we talked about today. And so sometimes that rigid environment, that very strong will around compliance is not an environment that people enjoy sometimes. We try to balance it to make sure that we are treating people as people first and employees second.
Okay, I do want to say on the record, I appreciate the tour that you provided to council members, and I was impressed by the employees that I spoke to and the work that you're doing. Talk to us about the enhancements that you're making to the Orleans Parish Communication District right now, the construction, the workplace environment where people now can stay overnight and be more comfortable. Could you talk about that? Because I think there's rumors out there that during the hurricanes, OPCD employees are on the floor, that their children are accounted for. Could you talk about that?
Well, they were. I mean, it's just reality. The Hurricane Ida taught us a lot. We do have about a $44 million capital outlay project sitting with the Division of Administration right now. It's been partially funded last session. We're hoping to get the rest of it funded so we can really build out the facility to meet our needs. I'll give you an example. During Mardi Gras this year, I filled every single seat in the building with a call taker. And I still had 911 calls holding during Mardi Gras. So clearly we have outgrown the space. And so people isn't going to fix that. And so we're looking to expand the building so we can meet the growing public safety need of the city. We're also looking at different employee recognition events. As I said, this past Saturday was National 311 Day. So we were able to recognize those employees. We'll do the same in April for our 911 staff. But one of the, I think, most innovative elements coming with our expansion project is the creation of a public safety childcare facility. And so as we get more and more commitment to make this project a reality through funding, I think that will absolutely relieve a barrier of our staff during times of emergency, but also just make it easier to work there.
How can the public get more information and share their concerns with you?
So on our website, we've provided an
What
opportunity,
is that website?
opcdla.gov. You can submit feedback from an experience you've had with a member of the staff, either on the phone, in person, on the radio. And those matters are sent immediately to our compliance bureau to review them. But also we get compliments as well. And I don't think that we uplift those enough. We get, particularly on 911, when we deliver a baby last week, or we're providing instructions over to a block of obstructed airway. No one calls 911 to say thank you. It's our duty, but they're quick to call when they believe that the service was not provided. And that's okay, but we got to celebrate ourselves internally. So I would love to hear more from the public about the good things that are happening when they called and engaged with our agency.
You'd probably think that next door is not as great a place to communicate as contacting your office or the council directly.
You know, I do believe that we need to meet the public where they are. And so if the public chooses those platforms to communicate, I think it's incumbent upon us as public officials to engage them where they're choosing to engage dialogue.
But
It's where
So are you saying, be careful that you review next door? and
Oh,
that you
I do.
You
I
do?
mean,
Okay,
the
good.
official way to
Just wanna be
communicate
on the
with the
record.
agency is on our website or through our official email. But I do review the platforms where residents engage. And if I hear or see something that's concerning, I will engage the resident directly. But absolutely, the official way to communicate with the agency is on our website, opcdla.gov.
What's your discipline process? What's involved with, for example, an employee who makes a significant, tremendous mistake, as was made in that instance? I think we all agree that that was a very unfortunate mistake, but what is the discipline process?
Absolutely. So, when we're considering levying progressive discipline with an employee, we have different classes of violations, A, B, or C. We consider what was the risk to the public, what was the risk to the agency. In this particular case, they both were very high. And so no matter what the intention was, unfortunately, that decision led to a separation of employment, but that isn't always the case. We separate how we handle employees based upon, was it conduct or was it performance? If it's performance, we will try our very best to provide tools, remediation training to correct the behavior. But if it's conduct, meaning that you're just conducting yourself in an element that is not aligned with the agency's principles, we treat those very differently, where you're faster out the door with a conduct issue than you are performance.
Was the person who made the mistake relative to the installation of the wrong address engaged in bad conduct, or was that a mistake?
I believe in this particular case, it was an employee that we had not been with us very long. And I think when you looked at the interviews with employees about how this mistake happened, the agency determined that this may happen again, based upon the employee's responses to the investigation and understanding of just overall how the system worked, even after countless and documented training with a certified trainer. So we thought it was best at that point just to say, maybe this work isn't for that particular individual because it's not for everybody.
The state of Louisiana is the largest provider. Well, I should not state this. I should ask a question. Who provides the bulk of the funding to the communication district?
In the city of New Orleans, we're unique as far as how we're funded because the 911 call volume is so large. We receive an allocation from the general fund to the city's budget process, but we also receive about $6 million in revenue on the surcharge for 911 fees.
Is there any state funding of your office?
We've received an allocation once from the state budget. We have made a request as the legislature is considering a supplemental bill and also next year's budget process, but we do engage our state representatives for a request for a direct state allocation.
I would think that all these parish residents would want to know, because maybe it's something that we can help with. What are you asking for on a state level, and how can the public help? How would it benefit your office And certainly it would benefit the taxpayers of the city of New Orleans because we'd have an external source of providing some of that funding. So what are you asking for and how can the public help?
Absolutely. So we've asked for a recurring allocation from the state on $2.5 million. Because as we know, a large majority of the 911 calls and the work that happens at OPCD supports tourism. And which benefits the state of Louisiana. And so we've asked for that recurring allocation. What it will do for us, it will allow us to really offer a competitive wage. It will allow us to further invest in our technology to ensure that we prepare for the hurricane seasons or any disasters that may come our way, to harden our building even more, to make even more repairs to ensure that the facility remains intact when the city needs it the most.
And how can the public and the council help?
I think the public and council can help by communicating with the state delegation, either as a whole or the individual elected officials to publicly push for your support for that request.
Please share that information so that the public can know where it might go, what committee, how much you're asking for, and what the purposes are.
We'll be sure to do
Same with
that.
the council. I think that the council would certainly, it's up to the members of the council, but I would put on the record that I would be supportive of signing a letter or resolution asking the state to provide additional support to the office because it is so important and it deals with issues that are not only Orleans Parish Center, but as you mentioned, when tourists come in town and other concerns are raised, we have an opportunity. I think that the state should be involved, just like I think the state should be involved with a few other things in the city, including the maintenance of the under expressways and the like. So that's just a whole nother issue relative to state involvement with issues that go across city lines. But thank you very much for those.
Thank you, sir.
Information.
Councilmember Thomas, followed by Jerusha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trying to get my voice together. And excuse me, I've been in, I showed Councilmember Green my schedule, all those meetings back to back with my district. So I'm trying to do that while I sit here. So excuse me for not being here. But in listening to, in terms of what you do with 911 and 311 and thinking about when I initially first got here this time around to now. And I really want to ask this question because you seem to be involved in a lot. I appreciate your staff. You have a great staff. Do you need some help? Are you involved in are you getting dragged to be involved in a lot of different things when your primary function is 911 and 311? Are you utilizing your staff to help you fill some of those gaps? And are you maybe turning down some stuff that you shouldn't be doing so you could focus more on 911 and 311? And now Councilmember Green trying to get you on social media and tourism and daycare and I'm only serious. But your primary function is what you do with your job. Have you sat down to take a look at that? Because, man, like my IT would say, you be busy, right? But maybe most of your busy ought to be what your job is. Excuse me, what your job is.
Absolutely.
Is there any impact? Because, sometimes we pull on talented people.
Yes.
And we want them all over the place because we've identified their talent where they are. And you are in a lot of stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir, for the question. I will say, I keep a very, very busy calendar, just as you. I think we know that. I do not feel, though, at this point that I am overstretched or I can't provide the OPCD my full time and attention. There are a couple of things that I have said no to, so I can give my full time and attention to the city of New Orleans. There have been many things that have come my way, requests to travel and join others. I've been asked to do evaluations of other cities' 911 centers, and I've had to tell them I got to work because I'm on my own. I think you see from a public media perspective that New Orleans, as far as in emergency communications, we are the sought after model. I do a tour of us every week of some 911 center coming to figure out how we do this. But to answer the question, council member, I think at this point, I am at a place where I'm managing it well. But I am very cognizant of other tasks that come my way. And I have said no recently a lot, and I will continue to say no if I think it jeopardizes my primary function to service the city of New Orleans.
Thank you.
Councilmember Druso.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I want to ask a couple of questions. I know they're a little bit different than the matter for which you're here, but I wanted to start with Hexagon. Well, just because there was the report about Hexagon, how it's being used, and I guess I just want to know, we've been through this with another department who I won't name, but I think we all know where there's been software issues that have contributed to problems and how it works. I guess in the recent reporting, is Hexagon the problem? Is it the implementation of Hexagon that's the problem? Is it people trying to have the implementation with Hexagon? I'm trying to understand, because we're trying to build out with OPCD and other criminal justice agencies, this $30 million plan.
Yep.
And I want to make sure Hexagon isn't a pinch point.
I appreciate the way you answer that question. I really do. I think you stepped out, but I just did a round of questioning with Councilman Morell on this matter. Regarding the article, I think some of the article, the challenges that were represented are almost a year to 9 months old, and we have come across all of those thresholds. As with any deployment of this size, we're replacing over a dozen legacy NOPD systems, and we're also providing systems that don't exist today. Give an example, right now the police department does not have a case management system. So this will provide them that tool so they can really ensure their case files are complete and the data is being transmitted in a way that is aligned with best practices. Hexagon as a whole is the leading provider of public safety technology in the United States of America and globally. They provide computer-aided dispatch to some of the largest cities in the country. They have provided this particular records product to departments of our size and larger. So I think to answer your question without allowing my comments to be used as ammunition against someone else, in some cases, we were the problem. Meaning the team and the agencies that were using the systems, we had to pause, because what it did, when you come to a product of this size, it forced the many departments to really evaluate business processes that have never been put on paper, business processes that were never evaluated. So we had to do that critical work. So we knew that when we flipped the switch on August 29th, everything worked as designed. We have many different systems that speak, right? I think the Councilmember Moreno's attempt to bring dashboards together and the difficulty that caused was because the data is in so many different places. Hopefully this will fix that so we can all be singing from the same sheet of music. But when we look at the project plan, we had milestones along the way, and each of them were met with an element of risk. What will happen if we don't get to this point? All those major critical milestones that have significant risk, we've passed them. We've celebrated those successes, and now we're in the final phases where we will do a code freeze in April. We'll lock the system down, and we'll start training the officers in the field on how to use the system. That's been a day we've been looking forward to, and I cannot wait to get there. I don't know the system you're speaking of. I don't want to give the implication I even know what it is, but I can speak about this one. And I do want to say, there's been some question in the article. It talked about why OPCD. Why were we ones chosen to kind of be the conductor of this orchestra of technology products? We've done this before. We successfully deployed CAD citywide. We successfully deployed the 911 system citywide. We successfully deployed the 311 system, the technology around it citywide. And so we have proven success of the deploying technology that services many different city departments. Particularly in this case, we sit at the top of it, so we can see where all the tentacles are and where data should go to make sure the architecture is correct. We don't profess to be the experts in law enforcement records management system, but we know a big chunk of it, but we also do know how to bring the people together towards a common goal. Some of the comments in the article, I don't know if you noticed, but it was all people who no longer work here. But I wasn't asked the question about the delays when it was my turn to speak to the story. And so I appreciate the opportunity today to provide you that context.
I appreciate it. When will it go live?
August 29th is our go live date, currently scheduled at this moment.
Okay. And then just so I understand, that will be all the criminal justice agencies?
Yeah, so all the agencies that write reports in Orleans Parish. Right now, the New Orleans Police Department. There's many other sub ancillary agencies that are tenants on that system. All those will come over as well. This will be a complete replacement of how we manage property and evidence with the new crime lab in place. All the other interfaces that we use today where the officers have to fill out the same piece of paper 3 or 4 times, those days should be going away when the system goes live. So again, as a project team, our meeting yesterday, everyone was cheering, like, I can't believe we're here. We're so excited. I just hope that when we realize the success, that the team is given their praise for the work they're doing.
I believe if in both sides of criticism, that if something isn't working right, you need to point that out. If something is a success, you need to make sure people are celebrated for that. I did have to walk out, as you pointed out, as at the end of Councilmember Moreno's questioning. I just want to make sure I understood on the Violent Crime Task Force. When will this report be prepared? That's supposed to be publicly facing.
I don't know where that came from. That was never, ever, I never said it. The mayor never said we would be publishing a report. What we said the team would do is that the department heads that have resources under their command would meet on a regular basis to talk about strategy. And then I would update the public and any member and this body when an update was due. I do think an update is coming. We're getting there. There are a couple other things that we need to check a box that are in the pipeline right now that we can talk about once they occur. But to answer the question about a written report, there isn't one, but I will be coming to this body, probably the Criminal Justice Committee, shortly to provide a public update on all the benefits of the work of the task force.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only other thing too is we have the budget quarterly meeting starting at the end of the month. And so at least speaking for myself, but I think also for my colleagues, knowing that we invested so much money, the $30 million in how everything is integrated, giving the bonuses to NOPD, additional equipment, wraparound services, all the things that we holistically have done. I think we're going to be very interested in now what's the return and what can we tell the public from a data perspective, which I know is important to you.
Absolutely. And I will say, I know the administration is hard at work and using that $30 million for this overall technology overhaul. Meetings have begun. OPCD has 2 major pillars of that overall architecture based upon CAD and then now Hexagon. There's many other elements that overall how data is stored in systems. But you're right. At any point in time that your office wants an update on anything related to OPCD as far as how it contributes to the overall plan, I think I've always come when asked, and I will continue to do so.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none. Director Morris, thank you so much for coming before us. You know, as I mentioned before, that some of the employees who I talked to and some former ones as well, bottom line, you know, they just want to be treated fairly. They want to go to a place where they feel like everyone, you know, is treated the same. They want to feel like that you are there and present for them. And I apologize if you were offended by any of my questions, but really I was asking on behalf of them. So once again, I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have item number 5, which is short-term rental matters. The plan for the run of show of this is that we will go through the A, B, C, D, E presentations, after which we will provide a period of public comment. It will start with the 4 information only public comments. Then there will be a 45-minute period for the proponents, as well as a 45-minute period for the opponents, as well as about 20 minutes for online comments, of which we have less than our previous one. Also, just so you're aware, due to the committee structure of the council, no votes are actually taken today. This is the presentation and to receive comments. Councilmember Moreno will be handling the overview of A through E, and Councilman Harris will be handling the cards. Thank you.
All right, so with that, we'll start with who wants to go first? Where's my staff? Hang on one second. Are you going first? It doesn't matter, whoever wants to go first. Who's presenting that?
That is, well, there are revenues.
Who's doing that?
Melanie, I think, isn't that JP? Isn't that-
This part's not mine. My parts are D and E.
I'm ready to do that.
We can start.
Why don't
with
we
D.
go with D and E because
Yep,
you're ready to
perfect.
go and if.
All right, so
Michelle, handle that.
D is the presentation on ordinance calendar number 34008 to amend the city code, chapter 26 regarding short-term rentals to establish application procedures, permit types and fees, operating regulations, enforcement parameters, penalties, and provide for an effective date. I mean, this is really overall what's going to be kind of the new procedures around operating a short-term rental in a non-commercial area. My chief of staff, Andrew Tuazolo, has been working very hard with all the other council members on putting together this particular ordinance. He's going to walk us through it, of course, be able to answer any questions. And after that, we'll go to Ashley Becknell. And what she's going to cover is really the overall type of enforcement for short-term rentals as well and new advancements in enforcement. So with that, Andrew, whenever you're ready, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. So what we have here is the code ordinance that will effectively create the new enforcement regime. Basically, the internal processes that govern the enforcement and the permitting of short-term rentals under the new zoning ordinance that is also simultaneously being worked on. So I'll try to go through this briefly. It's a pretty lengthy document. We tried to condense it into a spreadsheet, into a deck here. I think we'll start with some basics here. So just once again, so everyone understands, this is just the code portion. This is not the zoning, the siting, the density pieces, which will be covered separately, but this does correspond to the council's, to the motion that was passed last week and to the eventual policy. It has to correspond. So basically these code changes will talk about permitting, how to apply, and how permit holders will be held responsible. So basically the enforcement pieces. So moving on. So the first pieces that I think are important to note and are big changes from the current regime is that we've called the permits two things. And I want to thank the staff, Ashley Becknell in zoning, and our staff, Anita, Adam, Ashley Spears, who works with us, and of course, all the council staff who have put this together, because it's really a document that I think represents a lot of people's work. So again, so we're changing the permits. There are currently several types of what we call now residential permits. We're changing it in just to two types of permits. One is non-commercial and the other being commercial. We're only going to speak about the non-commercial permitting today. And within that regime, there will be two separate types of permits like we have today. We have an operator and owner separate permits. And again, I think to answer everyone's first question, owners, of course, can be operators. One of the biggest changes in the new regime would be that the operators must live on site on the premises. That's a requirement that owner and operators must be natural people. So that sort of cuts out juridical people, LLCs, et cetera. Each permit, one owner may own one permit, and that includes partial ownership. So you can't be a investor in another property. Each property has one owner, one permit per owner. The permits are annually renewed. These are a privilege, not a right. We talked a little about, like today, in some of the regulations, there are some quality of life, sanitation, and noise abatement plans required. And then importantly, and I think this will be covered in more detail when we talk about the zoning piece, there's a lottery system which corresponds to the density regulations and restrictions that have been put in place that the council will be putting in place. We're currently corresponding to a block square, one per block square regulation, but that lottery and those details will be handled both by safety and permits and will be described in more detail in the zoning ordinance. Just speaking about operator permits, again, there are two separate permits needed for a non-commercial STR. The basic tenets here is that that operator must live on site. You have to provide the department safety and permits evidence of this residency. It'll be things like utility bills, a recorded lease, and those a number of things will be required. Those operators are going to end up being photographed, and their contact information will be publicly available via city dashboard. Those permits you'll get a little like card, like STR operator card, it'll be photo ID. Another big change will be that these operators are going to be required under the code to resolve complaints within 1 hour. That can be complaints or contact from neighbors, from guests, or from the city. But operators and operator owners are going to be required to resolve any of those complaints within 1 hour. Again, operator has similar requirements or legal duties as the owner, if the owner is the operator. You have to be responsible for the guest records, the occupancy limits, and the compliance with the advertising and posting requirements on the platforms. So all those things will be things that the city will be checking up on. The fees are also changing. For those of you who remember, these fees were set in the 2019 ordinance. We've got some new fee schedule here, and I wanted to identify some of that for folks. One of the first things that's new is this non-refundable $50 application fee. So that's requires that if you are applying for a non-commercial STR permit, you're going to be required to deposit a non-refundable fee. That's to cut down on some of the folks who might sort of do it on a whim. It's to give people some skin in the game. The annual permit fees, you can see here, these permit fees, and I use the term R, but it's really a non-commercial STR. That's $500, $1,000 for commercial, and operator permits. Again, that's a separate permit that will also have a fee, and of course the platform fee for the short-term rental platforms like Airbnb, HomeAway, et cetera. And then of course there's also a nightly fee that corresponds to the costs that safety and permits have in enforcing this, and it'll be $12 for both non and commercial STRs. This is some of the new owner requirements. Some of them are existing, but I wanted to reiterate some of them. Owners must pay that non-refundable fee. They must also be clear of any of the outstanding taxes, fines, fees, penalties levied by the city prior to issuance. Owners and residents are subject, and this is important. The council since 2019 has passed several affordable housing initiatives, including inclusionary zoning requirements. And this code will require that if there are any affordable requirements on your property, that there won't be an issuance of a short-term rental permit for any dwelling unit designated as affordable. So to alleviate concerns that any affordable units will be converted directly into STRs, the code won't allow that it will be permitted. Another thing I think that exists today, but will be important, and I think people need to know, is that we're going to ask the department to deny any incomplete applications. Might seem obvious, but it cuts down on the work of the department if they're not reviewing incomplete applications. And then, of course, as I mentioned, owners are going to have to apply for renewal annually in each case. So I just wanted to point out, I think one of the things that's changed over the last year is not just this lawsuit, but also the city finally purchased a digital and automatic enforcement mechanism produced by a company called Granicus. The Granicus system, which was finally procured, I think, in the spring of 22, came into play last summer. And it automates a lot of the enforcement mechanism, especially around illegal units. It actually started sweeping, I think, up a lot of illegal STRs late summer, right before the lawsuits. There was a lot of confusion about what was causing that. That was the Granicus system actually coming to work on that. And I think Ashley Becknell can give a lot more detail there. Just some other points along with this enforcement, as it has today, but I think it's underappreciated that safety and permits currently has the power and will have the power to physically inspect any short-term rental property, and they can seek a warrant if the owner or operator does not comply and refuses inspection. We also are going to place in the code that the safety and permits enforcement, one of the issues around enforcement was that there were a low number of cases brought to adjudication by the department. There's going to be some language in the code that sort of directs safety and permits to move more quickly, expeditiously, to get enforcement actions into adjudication, especially for some primary for illegal listing and other types of discrimination, other types of violations. One of the other new pieces that is in formulation in the code is that the permit revocation is likely going to have a strikes rule, likely 3 strikes. And that would currently says that the permittee will not be allowed to apply for a permit for 4 years if they receive 3 adjudicated quality of life strikes or 1 strike in some other fraud or discrimination adjudications. Additionally, that will apply to the property, which will strike properties and make them ineligible for permitting for short-term rentals for a period of 4 years or more, depending on the final legislation, but likely at least 4 years. Properties will be stricken for violations. It also notes that we didn't give hearing officers a lot of leeway. If there are a series of strikes, hearing officers are ordered to have the property prohibited for 4 years or more. So there won't be, there's not a may there, there's a shall. Again, I also want to point out this is already the case, but permittees can be fined personally for their actions and for their failures. And of course, and that can be up to a $500 fine. And of course, the city might seek an injunction. We can also turn off electricity service or file property liens for the failure to comply. One more piece in this code section here that's new is that the code creates a private right of action for owners within 300 feet and any other folks who have standing to enjoin operators who are violating the code. This was asked for by a lot of folks in the community who were concerned that when the city isn't moving fast enough, that they were stuck. This would create circumstances for neighbors who are really concerned about a problem property to have a right of action in court to enjoin the operation of a short-term rental in their neighborhood. So those are the basic tenets. These documents are posted online for the public to review. I believe we have some copies too. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. I tried to get to 30,000 feet. There's a lot more in here. But if there any members have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those if I can.
All right, I see no questions, which means we can go to the next presentation, which would be E, and that's Ashley Becknell regarding administrative procedures for short-term rental enforcement. Come on up, Ashley.
Hey, this is good, right? See if I get, yeah, let me get you there. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, I'm Tammy Jackson, the Director of Safety and
Tammy.
Permits, and I just came in to encourage and support Ashley, as well as to personally thank you all for keeping us in the loop from the very beginning. As you know, this is a responsibility of the zoning unit, and Ashley Becknell is our chief zoning official, so I will leave it to her capable hands as she's prepared the presentation.
Thank you, and good afternoon, council members. We have prepared a presentation for you today, but if you've got questions at the end, we'll be happy to answer and provide any additional information we can. So the slide that we've got up right now is just sort of a brief rundown of what we're going to talk about today. That is primarily enforcement, just a few highlights on the proposed legislation, background of proposed changes to Chapter 6, and we also have a bit of further information for the public and for you as well. So to start with an enforcement update, as you all know, we were able to really grow our office last year. We received additional funding to move from 6 total team members, which was 1 STR administrator and 5 STR inspectors, to 23 total team members. We still have our very capable STR administrator, Celeste Sparks, who does an incredible job. We were able to promote some of our inspectors to a senior inspector status, where they are directly overseeing new inspectors. And we have dedicated analysts doing things like licensing, enforcement, adjudication. And we also have dedicated customer service team members to make sure that our phone and email response times are much quicker than they've been in the past. We're still hiring. We're not at our full complement of 23 team members. So Councilmember Green, if you want to send some folks our way, we'd appreciate it. We're hiring for inspectors, for office workers, and for analysts for that division. So the new staff has brought new capabilities to the team. We are doing more with more, as I like to say. We have dedicated night and weekend inspectors, which is new for our office and has been really helpful. As you can imagine, much of the STR activity that is problematic is taking place outside of normal business hours. So having the ability to have folks on the ground able to go and to inspect these properties, to perform stakeouts, to do the kind of observational investigation that we have to do has been critical. We also have staff that are now solely dedicated to licensing processing to reduce application time. Before, our inspectors were pulling double duty and stretched very thin. So now we have dedicated analysts who perform intake and review these applications to ensure not only are they meeting the code requirements, but also that they are eligible from a zoning perspective. We have staff dedicated solely to ensuring that the department brings solid cases to adjudication. Not only is this a timeliness question, but it also makes sure the cases we bring are well presented and easy for a hearing officer to understand and make a finding. Finally, we have 2 dedicated adjudication analysts that will allow us to run 2 STR adjudication dockets simultaneously, which would be a huge increase in our adjudication capacity. We'll get a little bit more into that as the presentation progresses. As we've mentioned a couple of times today, we do have new software. That software comes from Granicus and it brings new tools to the table. It does consolidate complaint reporting and tracking, which has been very helpful for us. It allows the public to upload evidence and direct links to listings if they have them. It also allows for 24/7 internet and phone reporting for the public. Granicus provides regular data scraping from platforms. It gives us screenshots of listings that it harvests automatically, saving our team significant time. They were doing that manually before. It provides analytics to associate listings to addresses. Again, that's work that our very skilled investigators were doing on their own with very lengthy Google searches. And it calculates likely stays, which is helpful for us to know how recently a property has been used. Granicus can perform an automated initial compliance analysis and give us a sort of red light, green light on whether a listing is compliant. It does require some human intervention. It's not perfect, but the more we work with Granicus and the more we work with the Granicus team, the better that's working. And the final thing that it does for us that's really helpful is it provides direct mailing of initial violation warnings so that that's not something our staff is doing. We click a button and a letter goes out when we do discover a listing that's not in compliance. All of these things save time so that our staff can focus on the more complex cases that do require human intervention. We do have some old problems that have stuck with us, and the number one problem we have is hearing officers. For each case we bring to adjudication, we have to have a neutral third party to hear the case and decide upon it. Right now, we have 2 hearing officers under contract, and we share those amongst STR, zoning, HDLC, and VCC. So you can imagine that that's a very large docket for 2 people to handle. And these are people who have other obligations. They're contract with the city. They are not city employees. So we take them when we can get them, as often as we can get them, but that's certainly not full time. Right now, we're docketing cases as far as 6 weeks out, but we do still have a backlog. To that end, I'm going to mention that we have an RFQ out on the street. It is RFQ number 2840. There is a cone of silence, which means that no one in the Department of Safety and Permits can talk to people who want to propose about that RFQ, but our purchasing office would love to talk to folks about it. We've provided the email address for Mr. Elgin Slack. He is the purchasing officer in charge of this contract, but I did want to provide some basic information today in the hopes that we can maybe interest some of the attorneys who happen to be watching. Submissions are due March 22nd. We're seeking licensed attorneys. The pay has been moved $50 an hour higher than it used to be in the past to $125 an hour. We've got a QR code in our packet, so if you've got the printed out copy, it'll take you right to the application form. And we do provide training for these folks. So getting as many hearing officers under contract, trained and qualified will really increase our abilities to finalize cases. Right now, I think we're doing really well on creating new cases, opening violations, but if there's nobody to hear them, there's only so far they can go. So I did want to provide some general data about our enforcement so far. One of our first steps that we can take is delisting. Any platform that has a license with the city, which includes Airbnb and VRBO, by far the largest STR platforms, is required to delist any listing that the city identifies as illegal. We don't need an address to do this, so it requires minimal research and it saves a lot of staff time. If we see a listing that we can't match to a licensed owner or operator permit, or that is over capacity or any number of other things that might be illegal, we can immediately report it, and within a week it will come down. That is a requirement of the platform's platform permit. And there are different technical ways we do that. We have a portal through Airbnb. We have a back and forth communication with VRBO, with Excel spreadsheets, and we found them to be very responsive. To date, in 2023, we've delisted 310 properties, and that compares to 2022, where we had 625 for the year. So we're almost at the point we were halfway through 2022 already in 2023. I also want to provide some data about the complaints we've been receiving. In August 2022, we began to track our complaints through Granicus, but the uptake of that system has been ongoing. So I would caution that there's a bit of imperfect data here. We've provided the link and a QR code for the complaints website, and we intend to provide that to the public as often as possible. You can also call 311 or 504-788-2008. Either one will take you to this 24/7 platform. I provided a graph that we did receive from Granicus that shows the calls that we've received over time. Number one, you can see in general the uptake's picking up. However, I want to point out that, as you'd expect, the calls around Mardi Gras were certainly higher than usual, and we're following up on all of those. We also receive a variety of different types of complaints. By far, the largest category is unauthorized short-term rental, but we also receive noise complaints, parking complaints, complaints that someone is renting over their occupancy limits, trash complaints, and disturbance complaints. All of those come through Granicus, and Granicus allows us to categorize them and to really run some analytics on the data that helps us better target our inspectors and focus their time. So we did a large push in August of last year, sending letters to non-compliant properties. As Andrew said, right around the time that this lawsuit happened. So brought a bit of confusion and chaos, but it was also a successful effort. With just that letter, 183 out of 741 properties we identified as non-compliant were brought into compliance just based on the letter alone. In the last 6 months, 1,551 properties have removed all listings from tracked platforms. So we are making strides. I also have some data about our open complaints that have proceeded to inspectors. If this is not something we can resolve through delisting or through Granicus, then we open a case with our inspectors. Each inspector sees a case through from start to finish, and they have been able to, as their ranks have grown, open more and more new cases to make sure that we are investigating complaints fully. I've provided this bar chart to show that we are doing significantly better, but I think the next slide's actually even better. Oh, thanks, Tammy. You beat me there. This data shows each different colored bar represents the number of inspectors we have on staff. So the yellow and the red is 8 and 9 inspectors on staff. It's just very clear that the more staff we get, the more complaints we could do. Makes sense, logical, but I want to thank the council again for its hand in making sure that we have the budget to really address this problem. Right now, by status, we have 381 cases under investigation. 4 cases are ready for adjudication, but haven't been scheduled yet. And we have 25 cases scheduled for adjudication over the next 6 weeks. I've provided the website that has the calendar for our recent and upcoming hearings. Our hearings are conducted over WebEx. So this includes the link to the WebEx, the access code if you're dialing in by phone, address, case number, so that you can look in the One Stop app and find additional information. These are open proceedings open to the public, and they can be accessed through this page to see what's coming up. But we also are happy to communicate through our office and through our team. Adjudication is the final stage of enforcement. In 2022, we were able to hold 46 total STR adjudications for a total fine assessment of $331,810. So far in 2023, we've held 7 adjudications. We will be the first to say that we would like that number to be higher. It really does come down to hearing officers, but so far on those 7 cases, we have been able to assess almost $60,000 in fines. So I am going to again make my pitch for hearing officers. Please, attorneys, 125 an hour. We can give you up to 21 hours a week. So not a bad side hustle. Please reach out to Mr. Stack. He would be happy to provide additional information, or you can go to the address in the QR code and there will be further information there. Now I'd like to move on.
Ashley, is it all right if we put a pin in it right here? Because the board's lit up. And
Of course.
yeah, so this might be a good inflection point rather than going back and forth. I have questions, Councilmember King and Councilmember Harris. Let's start with a place where I think there is widespread agreement about enforcement and improving it and making it more robust. I think I heard you say that we have 2 hearing officers, and I want to make sure I got all of these right. For zoning, HDLC, VCC, and STRs.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's a problem. I mean, and I realize not the people sitting at this table.
No, we
Very
fully
clear.
agree. It's a major bottleneck and it's frustrating for us as well.
Okay. Here's going to be my first recommendation, and I am happy to help work on this through the budget process. $125 an hour. Paralegals sometimes don't bill for that much money. So it's going to be almost impossible, I think, unless you promise somebody like 6 months worth of work on 8 hours a day to get them at that rate. So we got to look at bumping that rate up. And I guess in addition to that, what I worry about is this is just one piece of the adjudications. So I know I don't expect you to have it. I guess I'm asking somewhat rhetorically, how many adjudications does zoning and HDLC and VCC and STR have a year? I mean, it's got to be close to 1,000, right? I mean, above.
I think it's a bit rhetorical because we only have the data of what we have done. And we prioritize cases based on the knowledge of our adjudication capacity. So there is a bit of rhetorical thought there for zoning and STR, and I would certainly defer to HDLC and VCC for their docketing strategies, but we could bring significantly more cases than we are.
I don't want to upset an RFP apple cart, but my strong suggestion, and again, I want to hear from my colleagues, is that we look at goosing up the number, because I just don't think you're going to get people to do it, particularly in this environment at that rate.
Councilmember, and we did increase that number. It was $75 an hour. And we looked at other jurisdictions and it's similar, $65, $75 an hour for hearing adjudication. And we're also looking at other strategies as well. But we did look at other jurisdictions.
I hear you, but I mean, I'm a lawyer and I would not take work at $125. It's just not worth my time. I mean, it just isn't. And so I think if you're gonna want lawyers to do something, you got to pay them the rate to do it, or have highly trained people who can substitute in their place. Okay, Ashley, I also wanted to ask you, just to make sure I understood, on slide 11, I think you had 741 complaints and something like 183 were resolved with just a letter. I mean, if my math is right, that means 75% of the complaints required more than just.
It does. It does mean that they proceeded to a different stage, but the amount of effort it takes our inspectors to verify that something's out of compliance and send a letter is such a time-saving factor that to have a 25% compliance rate from just that alone has been a huge help for us. Those are cases that otherwise we would have had to have inspectors investigate, open cases for, and proceed through other means. So-
Again, I'm not being critical of safety and permits or the STR office. I think the point I'm trying to make is you have to do a lot of work to get to the point of a letter.
Yes.
You are doing the very nice thing by sending a warning. You are, because you could bring them to adjudication immediately. And out of the cases that are doing that, I mean, a small minority, in my view, say, okay, we'll get in compliance, and 75% have to be
Right.
pursued
And
through an adjudicatory process.
I also know that many of your offices were very familiar with us sending those letters out because
We got them.
you got them, you heard about them. We are hoping that that is a tool that becomes more and more effective as time goes on, because the more that we can bring cases to adjudication, the more that folks know that a letter is a very nice first step, as you put it, and it is a chance to save themselves some money, time, and potentially property liens if we do go on to adjudication.
Yeah, I don't think we want to start from a default rule that everybody knows they've made a mistake or is trying to break the law. But I think once you've notified somebody of it in particular, then that makes a difference. One of the things I've asked about a lot is how can we give the public notice of HDLC issues? We've done the permitting on new construction and significant refurbishment. Can SDR permits be added to notice me?
Yes, we believe that they can. We've spoken with our tech team. We need a little bit of time to set up the interface between Llama and the Notice Me system, but we don't think it'll be a problem to have that in place by the effective date of the new ordinance.
And you think that can be, I guess, online, for lack of a better word, sometimes when the new law will go into effect?
I think so. I think that we should be able to have that ready to go by, I believe the current effective date on the ordinance is July 1st, and we should be able to have it in place by then.
And I, again, just so I understand, these permits can be challenged just like other permits within 45 days by neighbors?
They can be appealed if there is a zoning decision at question to the BZA. If not, that there is a slightly different process, which would be more legal in nature. Essentially, when we're reviewing an STR permit, we're looking for two things. We're looking to make sure it complies with the zoning code, and that's a zoning decision. So that's something along the lines of, is it in a zone that permits these types of short-term rentals? Does it comply with the bedroom count requirements? Those decisions are appealable to the BZA. However, there are other decisions that we make when we review a permit that live solely in code. So it's a bit of a different process, a little tricky. I'd be happy to go into it in more detail, but I'm not sure today.
Today's not the right time. We can talk about this more. I guess my last sort of inquiry on this piece, and I may have one on the upcoming legislation. Do the platforms share booking data with the city?
Can you explain a bit more what you mean by booking data?
Or does it provide if a property with a valid STR license has been rented within the past 12 months?
No, they do not share that data with the city.
Is there any reason they don't share the data with the city?
It's been the subject of litigation with other cities in the past. We are aware that as a result of that litigation, other cities have reached settlement agreements that may include that information. We have not litigated with the platform, so we don't currently have such a settlement in place.
Well, I think we're going to be sued no matter what we do here. So may want to think about adding this to the file. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, council member.
All right. Can you really explain this enforcement to me, like as if I'm a third grader? Because I really don't understand. We have the rules and people still break the rules, and they fines. I get emails where the constituents do the research and they see that the person has been fined over $15,000, but they keep on with the illegal whole home STR. Specifically, 250 Verret and 518 Verret. I've been getting emails about these two locations in Algiers Point for several months, and the bad actors continue to have illegal STRs, whole home STRs. So what is the enforcement? Like, how do we finally stop somebody from having illegal STR outside of the fines and the fees which they keep ignoring?
So we have a couple of options, and enforcement, like anything else, is a question of resource management. But before we get to that point, it's also a question of evidence. So when we receive a complaint, we take in the evidence. That might include complaints from neighbors. Sometimes neighbors have videos, all of photos, all of that is extremely helpful for us. We also have our inspectors spend time at the property. That usually involves staking out a property because a house may just look like a house if it's a short-term rental, unless we, so to speak, catch someone in the act, whether that's having a party, whether that's leaving trash out, we may or may not be able to collect evidence on the violations. Once we have collected evidence on the violations, though, and we feel that we have enough to convince a neutral third party that there has been a violation committed, we will bring the case to adjudication. Adjudication is a quasi judicial proceeding, which means that both sides are entitled to present evidence. The homeowner can present evidence to show, the city's wrong, I'm not short-term renting it. Frequently, we hear evidence that someone wasn't actually engaging in short-term rental, they were loaning the property to a friend. Things of that nature. So we have to make sure that we have a robust case that can be tested in an adjudication. Once we have a judgment, we do file a lien on the property. That lien has to be paid before property taxes are paid. We're one of the only types of liens in the city that has that treatment. The other option the city has is to request that a hearing officer order power cessation to the property. That's obviously a very drastic step to pull power to a property without a life safety concern. And it's a tool that we use when we can, but hearing officers, I think, recognize that it's a drastic step. And there's a feeling that should only be used in the most extreme cases.
What is that? I missed. I didn't
Pulling
hear that.
power.
Okay.
We also require the cooperation of Entergy to actually carry out the judgments of the hearing officers when they do order power to be pulled. Sorry, I was just getting a text from my SCR administrator about those two properties that you had mentioned to make sure that I was familiar with the background there. So these properties, based on what I understand, this is a bad actor where we have received constant complaints, and it's something we're actively working on proceeding to further adjudication. But again, I go back to the resource constraints of right now we're scheduling cases 6 weeks out. So even if I've got a slam dunk case, I've got my docket booked until the end of April. And that's really a bottleneck. It's truly preventing our team from seeing their cases brought through to the end and seeing neighbors seeing the properties that are causing them quality of life issues from being handled. So really goes back to us needing hearing officers.
Well,
You have
with the liens, I understand that you have to pay a lien before you can pay a property tax, same as a code enforcement lien. But similar to a code.
similar. I believe code enforcement liens are treated slightly differently if you have a homestead exemption.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's similar because you had to pay the taxes. You can only pay the taxes after you pay the lien.
That's correct for STRs.
But for some people with STRs, that's just the cost of doing business. If I pay a $1,000 fine, that's a weekend.
It is. I think there are a couple of potential solutions there. One is we hope to advocate at the state level that the maximum $500 per violation fine be increased. Right now, that is a state level cap that we can't get around.
Right.
The other thing that I think that we would really like to do is bring adjudications more frequently so that if we do have a repeat violator, we're not scheduling adjudication 6 weeks out. So I can bring somebody in. If something continues after a hearing, I can immediately open a new case and bring them right back to adjudication to make sure that, yes, that one $15,000 fine might have been the cost of doing business, but $15,000 a month is likely going to have a different impact.
Okay, that sounds like a good idea. If I could suggest something, I like the power pulling, because you can't have SCR without electricity. And I think if we incorporate that discipline more, we pull someone's power, that'll stop. It's impossible to have one.
Absolutely, we agree. And I think, it's something we can continue to present to hearing officers and present more often. And it's something that we would like to work with Entergy on to make sure we're moving forward with it.
Well, speaking to Entergy, they said they'll be happy to assist with this, because again, they realize it's an issue, and I believe the only way to truly punish those who are acting out of order is to take their power. I've heard of STRs making $20,000 in a month of April, if you're in the right neighborhood. So a $10,000 fine, that's a half of a month for me. I'm pretty good with that.
Council member, can you coordinate meeting with Entergy, or who should I contact directly after this meeting?
I'll help coordinate that,
Okay.
Ms. Jackson.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Two more points I'd like to make, or one I want to ask, can we just sue the bad actors?
Yes, we do have remedies that are available to us in civil court. We could seek an injunction. We recently had lost one of our attorneys to another city in Louisiana, unfortunately. So we're working on replacing him and bringing back our legal capacity.
That's more of again, a manpower, working power.
It is.
issue.
We do have 2 attorneys positions dedicated to the STR team. We're just, like I said, lost one to another municipality. We're still sad about that.
Okay. And my last point of / question, if you delist a property or a listing, does that really is that really effective? Because you can just go to Craigslist, you can do word of mouth, you can do all kind of different ways. So if you take off one platform, like 5 more pop up.
Sure. And we do understand that that's a possibility. It's one of the reasons that we consider our enforcement to be a multi-level system. We look at a cost benefit analysis essentially when we do our enforcement. So there is very little cost to the city in terms of inspector time and effort to delist a property. So that's an easy first step to take.
Okay.
And if that can solve the problem, great. If not, we know that we need to pursue additional efforts and we need to assign an inspector and open a case. But if it is something that we can, with a minority of inspector time, address, then that's certainly worth it, the effort.
All right. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. I'm actually going to bounce off of Councilmember King's question, because we had an incident where an STR permit was applied for, denied, and then the person had their own standalone website that they put up. What do you do in that instance?
So that's a little bit trickier from a platform perspective. It is still an STR use. So we can still pursue zoning violations against the STR owner and the STR operator. They are still required to have those things. We don't have the level of platform cooperation at that point because it's not really a platform. A platform is someone who collects a fee for facilitating a transaction between an owner and a booker. So when an owner is directly advertising their own STR, it works a little bit differently legally. However, most of our cases don't necessarily rely on our relationship with Airbnb and VRBO. They're certainly helpful. And there are other platforms as well. I named those 2 out of expediency. They're certainly helpful, but we rely on evidence provided to us by neighbors, evidence gathered by our inspectors, all of which can happen even without a listing. A listing is very helpful, and certainly a website can count as a listing. So we would take that as evidence and include it in our presentation.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get clarity on. So word of mouth, for example, if you have evidence of word of mouth listings, independent websites,
Absolutely.
Craigslist ads, all of that goes into the evidence in the file that has been taken to adjudication.
It absolutely does. And it's all very helpful to be able to present something like that to a hearing officer, because it's not just someone talking. It is a screenshot of something that exists on the website, on the internet, and may still exist at the time of the hearing.
And I do want you to list the other platforms so people understand what platforms Granicus actually crawls. So I know it's VRBO, Airbnb. What about Orbitz, Travelocity, TripAdvisor?
I believe those are all included, but if you give me a moment, I can ask my STR administrator who's listening in and providing me with some backstage help to give me a list.
Okay, that would be helpful. While you're doing that, I want to ask you, so you went from 6 total team members to 23 team members in about a year, right?
We have 23 positions allocated. We are not fully staffed.
Okay, what is your fully staffed ideal? It's 23
It is
people.
23.
Where are you at right now?
8 vacancies in the SDR unit.
Okay, and are those vacancies properly salaried or receiving the payment that they should? For example, I understand that enforcement officers are paid just under $32,000 a year. would it be helpful for hiring purposes to get a salary study, for example, to figure out if we need to increase pay?
We are actually in the middle of doing job studies,
Okay,
and we have had great participation from civil service as far as doing those job studies and also recommendation for salary increases.
great. Okay, so if we increase salaries, then you could staff up.
We certainly think that salaries being increased would be a motivating factor for
Right.
applicants.
Yeah, no, I mean, the market's tough right now. On the hearing officers, I agree with Councilmember Jeruso that 125 for a licensed attorney. You're hard pressed to find that because people can do document review and make $300 an hour. Does the person have to be a licensed attorney to be a hearing officer? That's
Yeah.
part of the law, legal requirement. Okay. Could you have a dedicated enforcement officer? Do you have enough work and enforcement efforts to have a dedicated enforcement officer who just does STRs and increase that salary? For
Hearing
example?
officer?
Hearing officer.
Yes.
Yeah,
We do, and we're looking at several options for making our adjudication program as a whole more robust.
yeah. I mean, I understand and talking to Director Mulligan that there's some cross training going on. But I think in this instance, if there is enough work to keep one person as a hearing officer, hearing only STR adjudications, when enforcement is critical to the piece of the pie of overall looking at STRs in New Orleans, I think that that's something that y'all should look at. So not only increasing the salary, but just having a person who's dedicated to hearing STR enforcement hearings.
We fully agree. We've been in conversations with other cities to see how they structure their adjudication bureaus. Some do contractors, some do in-house. And so we are working with OBIS Director Mulligan on finding a strategy moving forward that will help in the future.
Did you get the other platforms? Were you able to get that?
So the ones that she sent me so far are booking.com and Flipkey, but I do know there are more.
Okay.
I'd be happy to follow up after the meeting. I can provide not only a list of them, but I believe one of our data analysts has done a breakdown of how many listings Granicus has found on each platform.
When a property is delisted, how do we ensure that the property owner or operator doesn't repost the posting or the listing?
So it's a bit tricky. One of the benefits of delisting is that we don't have to have an address for it, which means that it's frequently not something that we know exactly which property it is. We do have people who are on these platforms every day, day in, day out. Frequently, someone who is going to turn around and relist is not going to take a whole new set of pictures, so we can recognize that property pretty quickly. Because it is a staffer who's become intimately familiar with the market, they are able to check, able to constantly monitor, and able to immediately re-report.
And how do we ensure that that bad actor, because that's a bad actor?
It is a bad actor. We will then, generally, if it's something that we see coming up more than once, we would obviously go straight to the Granicus platform, which does help us to connect it to an address. That's really critical for us from a licensing perspective. We can't bring an adjudication case if we don't know the address where the problem is happening. So once we are able to do the research and to connect it to an address, we would open a case, assign an inspector, and move forward with collecting evidence to proceed against that bad actor.
And under this new regime, so would you just daily fine that person for every time that they're illegally posting, or how does that work?
So we consider each separate violation to be separately citable offense. And that's something we're making even more clear in the new ordinance. So yes, essentially every day that there was a listing up, that we could prove that there was a listing up, we would present that as a separate offense.
So $500 a day every time they repost.
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on this piece, but I have more on lottery and some other components.
Thank you. I'm sure that'll have some
I do have a
questions.
comment. I do have one comment as far as the hiring of hearing officers or attorneys. Have you all reached out to our law schools to get recent graduates, to recent bar attorneys to apply for these jobs?
So while the procurement is on the street, we do not directly interface with any applicants. However, we would certainly be happy to direct the purchasing office to send those. I know I am a Tulane Law alum, so I have some contacts over there. If there's anyone in particular we should reach out to at Loyola that any of you may have connections with, we'd really appreciate it, especially Councilmember Harris, I'm sure can.
I didn't have the privilege to attend either law school. What I can give you the contact information to the people at Southern University Law Center.
That would be wonderful.
Ms. Jackson maybe too as well. So, I know at 125 an hour, just passing the bar, I would have jumped at that.
I would have too, and I know it is a lower rate than you receive in a lot of other areas of private practice, but if we can staff up and get to the volume we'd like, if you're doing that 2 days a week, it's, $1,000 a day that you can count on. It's not necessarily your main work, but it's not a bad side gig.
I'll jump at that right now. Right. Let me tell you, $1,000 a week, but I'll get that contact info to you.
And purchasing did let us know that they contacted over 500 eligible vendors.
All right, thank you.
All right, if there aren't any more questions, we'll move on to some of the noteworthy changes in the new law. We're going to talk about a few different items here. Number one, and I think probably the one people have the most questions about, would be the lottery system that's been discussed. We are also going to talk about operator cards, fixed permit dates, identification numbers for traditional B&Bs, and some tweaks we're making to make existing rules clearer. So the new ordinance does include a lottery system to allocate permits where there are more than one. I believe right now the ordinance reads more than one on a square. But whatever the ultimate density decision is, the lottery system will allocate them amongst competing applicants within that unit. The ordinance is set up to set the rules and regs, to set the lottery system up by rules and regs. That offers flexibility for the council and for the department to more quickly fix what isn't working. This will be the first time that the Department of Safety and Permits has implemented a lottery. And we know that we are going to need to adapt to handle challenges as they arise. It also provides opportunity for public feedback and legislative oversight, so it's not operating in a void. In general, the application period will be followed by a lottery drawing. The lottery drawing will be recorded and broadcast live for transparency, and good operators will be allowed to renew permits and avoid future lotteries. Lotteries will also be held quarterly to allocate permits quickly when a vacancy arises. So the process will begin with a 1-week application period where applications are accepted. Only complete applications will be eligible for the lottery. There will be a required non-refundable application fee of $50. The department will take 3 weeks to review received application and determine which squares will require a lottery. Notification of lottery eligibility will take place through the LLAMA system and through email. So what is a complete application for purposes of the lottery system? It is an owner permit application that includes all required information and attachments. That includes a site plan, if there are any required proof of residency, anything along those lines. It would also require an issued operator permit or a complete operator permit application in the case of a new operator, and a dwelling unit that meets all legal requirements, including zoning and addressing requirements. Frequently, we see applications for short-term rentals in buildings that do not meet zoning requirements, perhaps a garage, a shed. So that's another thing we want to be very clear about, is that it must be a legally recognized and addressed dwelling unit. So the way the drawing will work is the department will use a bingo hopper or similar device, very high tech, and will include 1 ball per complete application. Balls will be drawn in the order recorded. The first application drawn will have top priority and will have 5 days to pay for their permit. If they fail to pay by the end of the 5th day, the second application drawn will have 5 days to pay, and so forth. If no winners in that lottery cycle pay for their permit, people may reapply to be included in the next quarterly lottery cycle. So we've provided a calendar. It is tentative at this time because the ordinance is not final, based on a July 1 effective date. This would mean for 2023 that the application period would open on July 1 and close on July 7th. The first lottery drawing would take place on August 1st. And then the second application period for the quarterly lottery would start on September 1st. From there, they would proceed similarly every 3 months. In 2024, you see our first annual renewal period. We will ask every operator and owner who has a current permit if they want to renew during this 1 week period stretching from April 1st through April 7th. Any permit issued before then would be prorated so that it is effective from July 1 through June 30th of the following year. And from there, the calendar will run on a pretty regular basis. The first annual lottery for every year will take place on July 1 with a June 1 through June 7 application period. And from then there'll be application period in September, lottery in October, application in November, lottery in December, and so forth. Again, the annual renewal period will be April 1st through April 7th. So operator cards are another new requirement coming to this ordinance. In the draft 26-619E2 provides that operators will be issued cards showing the photograph of the licensed operator. These cards must be applied for in person at the STR administration offices currently located on the 7th floor of City Hall. Cards must be shown upon request from an STR administration employee and carried while performing operator duties. And the operator present must be the person identified on the card. Another change that this will bring is fixed permit dates. Right now, STR permits are issued on a rolling basis and last 1 year from the date of issuance. The new system will move to a July 1 effective date and a June 30th expiration date. Permits may be prorated in the first year of their issuance to align with this schedule, and renewals must be applied for between April 1 and 7 of each year. Yet another change will be identification numbers for non-STRs. Traditional bed and breakfast and other non-STR lodgings frequently advertise on STR platforms. Right now, those will show up in their listings as exempt from licensure. However, one change that we're making is that DSP, Department of Safety and Permits, will issue an identification number to any licensed bed and breakfast or other transient lodging establishment, such as a hotel, that wishes to advertise on STR platforms. The number is issued free of charge, requires only a one-time application, but it allows the department and the public to ensure that these businesses are properly licensed while system to facilitate tech-assisted enforcement measures. Essentially, what this will look like right now, short-term rental permits are in the format of a year followed by a 4-letter code. That 4-letter code ends in STR and then another number. So essentially, they will get a number along those lines that will have STR in it that will tie in a database directly back to their occupational license so that we can ensure that they are a licensed transient lodging business. Finally, these are a few things that are currently required, but we're making them clearer as we go forward. One that is pretty important that I want to make sure I reiterate is that operators must respond to issues themselves. They may not designate someone else other than the owner to appear. So the operator may appear or the owner may appear, but those are the only two people that are able to appear in response to complaints to satisfy the law. Another change that we're making clearer, another existing tenant we're making clearer is that any STR listing may only include one dwelling unit. So you can't list 2 dwelling units in one listing. Each day of a violation is a separate offense. We're making that explicitly clear, and we're making it clear that operators must live within 1 hour of the STR that they operate. That is because you have to be able to respond to a complaint at the STR within 1 hour. If there aren't any questions, I can speak about Chapter 6.
I mean, I think there are definitely questions about the lottery that I have, and I see Councilmember Jeruso. How did you come up with the system? Did you look at other jurisdictions or other states where a lottery system is used in order to issue STR permits?
Mostly the way that this system was born was discussing with our tech team what the best way to handle this with our current system is. We did look at other jurisdictions to see how they did things. Our concerns were, number one, having something that we could at least partially automate so that when we do have 3 weeks to sort of shake out which areas need lotteries, we can do so quickly with the information on hand and in a way that doesn't require human input on every single review. We also wanted to make sure that we're being fair and transparent. So having a system that is familiar to everyone and that is also something that will show up on a broadcast was critical to us as well. That's mainly, I think, how we came to where we're at, but we are certainly open to considering changes and increases in efficiency. Part of the reason that these are provided for in rules and regs rather than spelled out in the ordinance itself is to allow for growth and learning as the process evolves.
So I guess back to my initial question, are there any states, jurisdictions, cities that use a lottery system to issue STR permits that you know of?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have that information in front of me, but I have done a comprehensive review. I just don't remember offhand which states and cities do which things.
Right. So part of the, we're getting thousands of emails about these changes. A lot of heartburn is around the lottery system. I was up all night thinking about it really and thinking that it kind of seems a little Willy Wonky-ish. Okay, so we can have this conversation. We can get you guys to speak. Let's try to keep it quiet. And I don't mean that in a way that's pejorative, but it does seem like you get a golden ticket and that's it. Why not use something that is more familiar, like the parklet situation, where it is a first come, first serve, complete application. You get your application in and it's assessed, and then you continue on down the line with, okay, if they don't pay their fee within so many days, then you move on to the next application. I think people are more familiar with the first come, first serve system. I was talking to my team. If I'm going to go see Beyonce, I'm going to go stand in line for tickets at 4 o'clock in the morning because that means so much to me.
Sure.
As a trademark attorney, if I have a trademark that's the King Cake Babies, and Councilmember King also has a trademark that's the King Cake Babies, under federal administrative law processes, if I go and file that application first, it's assessed first. And if it fails assessment, then they move on to the Councilmember King's application.
So that's the way that we do things now.
Right.
It's a first come, first serve, and that's certainly something that we can continue going forward. My understanding of why the ordinance included a lottery system was an attempt at equity for folks who may not have the resources to be the first one in line when there are large scale operators in this city. However, we stand ready to facilitate whatever method the council would like for it.
So I think if we give, and again, talking to my team, and I think we have a meeting to talk as well. I think there are equity issues that can be resolved if we give enough people enough notice that, hey, this is the time you have to prepare your application. This is the information that you need. And now is the time that you submit your application. I think we also have to get around the quote unquote Galatoire's problem where you know that this operator or owner is paying 10 people to stand in line. And I think there's a way to get around that. So we're not holding places where we're requiring people who are standing in line to have their ID and it's not holding in place. But to me, I think it's more equitable, more familiar to have a first come, first serve application process. And again, so people understand that there is a time period where they can apply. It's evaluated. If you don't get your stuff in, then we move on to the next. I think it's more familiar in some ways.
Certainly. And I'll be perfectly frank, that would certainly be less work for the department on our licensing side. So it's something we would be happy to continue to discuss and to find a path forward on.
Okay. The other thing is, if you go with the lottery system, is there a way to do a weighted lottery based on prior conduct where or negative conduct? If you're a bad actor, you get 1 ball or whatever it is, for example. But if you have no history of being a bad actor, you get 4 balls. So your chances increase in that lottery system.
So I would defer most of the answer to that question to our law department because I believe there are legal implications. My understanding of what's been discussed at prior meetings is that anything that takes into account our system that has been found unconstitutional could cause legal problems for the city. I certainly don't, I'm a lawyer, but I don't want to give legal advice on this point. So I want to be clear about that. I do think that we're open to discussing objective weighting factors. The Department of Safety and Permits is not really set up to manage a subjective determination. We are supposed to be checking boxes and making sure your application's complete. We're not supposed to be picking a winner or a loser. So I think that there is definitely a discussion that can be had there about potential weighting factors that we can look at.
Okay. I want to turn to the issue of squatting, which is something that's come up, meaning folks who might live in a block or a square who are adamantly opposed to STRs, file an application or get in the lottery, they get the license, and then they just hold it without actually using it, taking the opportunity from somebody else. How do we get around that? Or have you thought about ways to get around that? Especially since we're not getting booking information from the platforms.
It's a discussion that we've had with several council members. As of now, the way that the ordinance is drafted, there's nothing in there that would prohibit that. But we would be happy to have continued conversations if prohibiting something like that is a goal, as far as what enforcement tools we could bring to the table and what challenges we might face.
Yeah, again, I think it's important because, we're getting these emails where people are saying they're reliant and they're worried about their neighbor who hates them and hates STRs, literally getting a license and just sitting on it and never using it. Again, taking away the opportunity to have an STR. So I do think that's a conversation we need to continue to have as we get these formalized. I think those are my only questions right now. I know Councilmember Jerusha has some questions.
I'm agnostic, I guess, on how somebody applies, but it has to be equitable and fair. And Councilmember Harris took the words right out of my mouth about the Galatoire's problem, which is people who have money know how to work systems and get things more effectively than those who don't. I mean, and I see that classically in my district all the time, that people who live in more affluent areas have more access to email me, my staff, than people who live in poorer areas and have needs. So I guess my only ask is that we don't pick winners and losers based on somebody's ability to pay to play. That's number one. Number two is we've talked a lot about enforcement. And one of the things that's been discussed in chambers repeatedly is whether or not there should be limitations, whether it's on a block basis. And I mean, classically, as we understand the block, not as it's defined in the CZO, versus a square face and other ones. Does the technology allow for differentiation between, again, what we would the 1300 block of Perdido versus the square face that surrounds City Hall?
So from a brief technological overview, the way that we have looked at sort of shaking these out is each square in the city has a unique numeric identifier. So our tech team can easily associate an application to that unique identifier. So we can see whether one person in that square is applied or 15. So a set number per square is a fairly easy thing for us to look at. Beyond that, if we were to look at block face, which I think was originally what the CPC had recommended, the way that we would further filter that is to make sure that we were looking at not just the unique square identification number, but within that unique square identification number, the unique street names, so that we could see, okay, there's 8 for this square, but of those, only 1 is on Apple Street and 7 are on Maple Street, whatever, it may be. So we can then see, okay, well, Apple Street, if it's a block face, Apple Street's fine, but we need to hold a lottery for Maple Street. Again, this all goes back to the desirability of the lottery in general. But I think for us to be able to manage this process efficiently without having a large staff ask, we do need to be able to do the initial assessment of where interest is technologically assisted.
So I think maybe put most simply, the technology and the personnel is currently set up favors a square face as opposed to a block face.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
that's one level of inquiry. So,
Well, I guess, again, we've been talking a lot about enforcement, and it seems to me, again, that the place where there's agreement is that enforcement needs to be good and uniform and fair and consistent and predictable. And what I'm hearing you say right now is that the fairest, most predictable, most consistent, easiest way to enforce is on a block face on a square face as opposed to block face. I always get them confused. Is that fair?
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a couple questions and observations about the lottery, how we pick the winner or pick the person that gets the STR. I could see the pros and cons on both. I've been hearing pros and cons on both with the lottery. The moment the wrong person wins or loses, the lottery is rigged and is unfair, and the council member in that district is on the pay and everybody else is on the pay. So that's something that I hope that you all keep in mind with the lottery. And if it's done, I would suggest it's public, maybe in the front steps of City Hall or right here in the chambers, because I could just hear it already. So that's one thing. And as far as the first come, first serve, I've heard that may favor, I believe it was mentioned earlier on the day, is that that may favor the wealthier person or the person that's more technology savvy. They're able to work the system, and the elderly or the middle-aged individual who's not that quick on their feet, they get hurt because of the first come, first serve. So you all have a tough job in front of you. I just want to point those two things out that I've been getting emails about, pros and cons on both sides. I'm not sure which is the answer, but either way, I'm sure it'll be rigged once the wrong person loses or wins.
Our goal is certainly fairness, openness, and transparency.
As ours is too, but you know how this is a very heated topic.
Yes,
Thank you.
so that's an understatement.
Yes. That's thank you all for this.
Ashley, do you want to move on to number 6?
Sure.
Or chapter 6?
So there are some proposed changes to chapter 6 that we've been asked to explain. It's a bit of inside baseball, but I want to make sure we're all clear on what we're seeking to do. Right now, chapter 6 sets out the rules for city administrative adjudications. The changes that are being proposed here relate to providing notice when the person being cited is not the property owner. Chapter 6 generally requires that notice be posted on the property and be sent by certified mail to the property owner currently. This would allow the city to send official notice to the address provided in the operator permit application by regular and certified mail. This is especially relevant for STR operators who may be lessees or may not live on site, especially in the case of commercial STRs. One operator may manage several different properties. So this makes sure that we can provide notice in a way that's compliant with our internal laws. And that notice would be provided 15 days before the hearing. That is unchanged from the current law. And Tammy, if you want to, the last slide that we have is just a link to our website as well as a link to our newsletter. You can sign up. It is run through GovDelivery, and we will be pushing updates as they happen on guidance issued by the department, changes, deadlines, any other public facing information we can provide will come out through both of these sources. So they're the best way to keep in touch with us.
In addition to those vacancies.
And can you just provide the website for enforcement? So if
Certainly.
you have evidence or you have a concern, there's a website where you can submit a complaint.
Yes, and we can provide the QR code. You can get to that through our main website, which is nola.gov/STR. And I'll admit, I don't have this one memorized. It's secure.hostcompliance.com/New Orleans, LA, new-Orleans-LA/complaints/type. I know that is an unwieldy website, and we will certainly work with our tech team to come up with something a bit easier to remember. You can also, again, always call 311 or 788-2008. And this, if you email str@nola.gov with a complaint, we will reply and direct you to this website so that you can also access it that way.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the dais? I think we're on to the presentation from the Department of Revenue. Ashley, if you could just please stay through public comment, that would be helpful.
No.
Yeah, I want to get it up.
Good afternoon. Ready? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Romy Samuel. I'm the Collector of Revenue for the Department of Finance over the Sales Tax and Occupational License Division. I'm going to give a quick tutorial on the occupancy tax for short-term rentals. What is occupancy tax for short-term rentals? In 2019, a ballot measure was approved by the Louisiana legislature, authorizing the city council to levy a tax on short-term rental occupancy. This resulted in House Bill number 43, Act 169, and corresponds to the City Code Section 150-1261, which reads, "There is hereby levied a tax upon the paid occupancy of the short-term rentals located within the city of New Orleans. The occupancy tax, is levied at a rate of 6 3/4% of the rent or fee charge for such occupancy. The occupancy tax shall be in addition to all other taxes levied upon the occupancy of short-term rentals in the city." Who pays the occupancy tax? In short, it's the customer. Every guest is responsible for payment of the tax at the time of booking. And who charges the tax, who levies the tax is the operator, agent, or platform. They're required to charge the guest the tax and remit all applicable taxes to the city in a timely manner. How taxes are reported, generally by the operators or platforms or agents. It's usually on a monthly basis. We rely on the taxpayer to report their the prior month sales tax activity and remit those on a form that we furnish. Taxes are due on or before the 20th of the month following the transaction. So for instance, if you rented a short-term rental in January, the platform is required to remit and report those taxes collected in that month by February 20th. The city of New Orleans furnishes registered taxpayers a sales tax form, which you see here. The form contains 3 sections: the short-term rental, sales and occupancy taxes, which contain both the general sales tax that are charged on rentals, as well as the occupancy tax, for a combined rate of 11.75. The general sales tax rate is 5%. And as mentioned earlier, the occupancy tax rate is 6.75. You'll see that here in section H. The next section is section R, which is the occupancy privilege tax, which reports the guest room capacity for the location as well as the number of rooms rented. Here, this is one of 3 sections that is required to be completed by the taxpayer. The last section is section O, which is the residential occupancy fee, permit R or permit C. It was recently the NHIF, the NIF fee, which was levied at $1, but now has changed to $5 per room per night, or that's the residential rate. The commercial rate is $12 per room per night. For information purposes, this is a comparison of hotel versus the short-term rental, how they are similar and how they differ. The general sales tax rate is levied for both hotels and short-term rentals at a rate of 5%. The occupancy tax is levied for hotels and short-term rentals, the occupancy privilege, and is based on capacity. For hotels, if the hotel has 300 rooms or more, the rate is at a rate of $1 per room per night. And from 1 room to 299 rooms, which includes most short-term rentals, is levied at a rate of 50 cents per room per night. And you'll see on the right that the short-term rentals are at the 50-cent rate. The short-term occupancy tax is only levied on short-term rentals at the rate of 6.75. And the residential occupancy fees, the neighborhood housing improvement fee, which was levied at at $1, has since changed to the residential and commercial room rates at $5 and $12 respectively.
Quick question, if you can go back.
Mhm.
Next page. Oh, the one where you had all the taxes listed out. We went, there we go, right there. For the STR occupancy tax, which is at 6.75%. From what I understand, that's set by the legislature and it's capped at 6.75. Is that correct?
Right.
Any idea what the STR occupancy taxes look in other comparable cities look like?
I do not have that information.
Yeah, we've been taking a look at that. And for that 6.75% to be changed, it would have to be changed by the legislature and then a vote of the people as well.
Correct. If you went
If
high.
it went higher.
Right, because right now it reads up to 6.75. So if you wanted to lower it, I think you have the
Sure.
ability to lower it, but anything
Higher than
above
that.
yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, this chart represents the occupancy tax and fee collections. The short-term occupancy tax that is dedicated to the infrastructure maintenance fund, a portion at 75% of the total collection goes to the city's use for infrastructure maintenance. As you can see, we started in 2020. The effective date was September 1st of 2020. It was collectible on October 20th, which is a month after the effective date. So the operators and platforms charged the tax in September for the month of September, but they were to remit in October. So that's why it's only 3 months of collections for 2020. 2021, it's at a collection rate of 6.8 million, and it has increased as of 2022 to 10 million, a little over $10 million. The hotel short-term occupancy privilege tax was $800,000 in 2020, jumped to 3.5 in 21 and 5 million in 2022. It's important to note here that this amount includes both hotel occupancy and short-term rental occupancy privilege tax, which is distributed to the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund, formerly the New Orleans Tourism and Marketing Corporation. This money does not go to the city's general fund. The residential occupancy fees, the neighborhood housing improvement fee, which was effective April 1st of 2017, eventually phased out as the permittees renewed their short-term rental permits, have consistently stayed around 300,000. The residential and commercial permits, collection fees, which were effective December 1st of 2019, we had meager collections in 2020. We had a substantial jump in 21, and we see that the continued increase 2022 of 2.7 million. I mentioned earlier the short-term occupancy tax of 6.75 is shared among 2 agencies. 75% of that goes to the infrastructure maintenance fund. On the last line, you'll see the 25%, the remaining 25% goes to New Orleans and Company to promote tourism. Who benefits from the occupancy tax? The first distribution goes at 75% of the 6.75 collections to the infrastructure maintenance fund. The remaining 25% goes to New Orleans and Company for promotion of tourism. The 75% is distributed further to Sewage and Water Board, 75% of those collections, and the remaining 25% goes to the Department of Public Works. The neighborhood housing improvement fee and residential occupancy fee goes directly to the Neighborhood Housing Improvement Fund for ongoing projects. The rates are $1, $5, and $12. This concludes my presentation. Any questions?
No questions.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, I think with that, we've gone through all of the agenda. I'm going to do public comment, again, 45 minutes for pro, 45 minutes for con. We'll do information only first. I will tell you there were some information only cards that are recategorized based on the comment that go into the pro and the con. Reminder, you get 2 minutes to speak. I will interrupt you at 30 seconds. And then Anita will tell us when 45 minutes has passed. We'll do information only cards first. And again, because so many people want to talk, please keep it to 2 minutes. And when I say time, please wrap up. All right, the first person on information only is Charlotte Parker.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Parker. I live at 3638 Camp Street in Leslie's district. And no disrespect intended, but I don't think anyone here in this whole building wants to perpetuate social inequity.
Just move the microphone closer to you.
I can talk loud, or could someone turn this on for me?
It's on. You just need to get closer to it.
There we
There you go.
Okay, no one here wants to be accused of perpetuating social inequity, and no disrespect to the council members, but I was wondering if you considered the number of houses per block when you talked about this block basis of lottery, because in some neighborhoods and less advantaged neighborhoods, there could be, say, 22 houses per block, and some of them are probably doubles. And in more privileged neighborhoods, there may be 2, maybe 1 house per block. Across the street from me, I think, hey, maybe there's 1 or 2. And I just have concerns that we don't want to do this. You know, this whole block thing is a bit, it's like inviting trouble. It's say, if you were to adapt your lottery, say a weighted system based on the ratio, you could have 1 chance per 5 or 1 chance per 30, depending on how many houses you have in the block.
30 seconds.
You have any questions? I just want to know, did you consider this ratio issue when you talked about the lottery on a block basis?
Yes.
Okay, and did you conclude that it was not a good idea?
We passed a block, a square,
A block, a square.
a
and
square
A square. So you want, say, for instance, 1
per square is the
per
current
square.
is as
30
existing.
houses on that square, 1 person gets the golden ticket. And if there are 3 houses on that square, 1 person gets the.
That's your time.
And I think that's unfair.
Okay, that's your time. Thank you. Sanford Hinderly.
I would first of all like to thank you all for the information today. It helps us as well as you. But it sounds like this is a ma and pa versus large owners. And I wanted to know or ask, was there a distinction of complaints, or what is the percentage of complaints of large houses versus like my STR, which is a 1-room 12 by 12 with a bathroom? No complaints ever. The block is happy with what we're doing. So I need to know that. And why not assess block per block versus a lottery? Like the last woman said, 3 houses on a block versus 30, inequitable there. It sounds like a unilateral decision that has been made about how this proceeds. And it, to me, sounds like it needs to be an assessment on a block per block. Why not 3 in one block and none in another, depending on what types of STRs there are? I appreciate your information, and my council person isn't here right now. Or wait a minute. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Leah LeBlanc.
My comment is for Councilmember Drew, so should I wait or should I just go ahead?
You can make the comment and it's on
Okay.
the record.
I
watching.
guess for anyone that's on the budget committee, Ganoha and Housing NOLA would like to see a deeper analysis of where the Neighborhood Housing Improvement Fund currently stands. A portion of the nightly fees are supposed to go to the NIF, but there are not enough accountability measures to ensure that those fees are being collected and utilized properly. We would like to see this bumped up as a budget priority for the council to look into as we continue these conversations around STR regulations.
Thank you. Dana Ennis. Dana? Oh, there you are. And as a reminder, once you come up, announce who you are, your address, and say if you're a paid actor or not.
Dana Ennis, 1011 Joliet is my home address, and 1239 Barone Street, adjacent to the Brown Dairy, is my work address. And I sent all of you a little analysis of a survey we sent out on Thursday, and I just, for the record, wanted to put that out there. Just a couple of the highlights from that survey, and I will also put that on our website. So on March 9th, we sent out a survey, real quick survey, 3-minute survey to our constituents, about a list of 3,000 people, got 100 responses within 24 hours, which is unusual for a Thursday night. And it was based on a survey that we did in 2015 on titled STRs, What Works for New Orleans, because we have to remember that this has been going on since then. And the runaway train that we're currently trying to put the brakes on now, specifically October 20th, 2016, when whole house rentals were approved with a vote of 6-1, with Jared Burstett being the only vote in opposition. So at this survey, updated survey, all council districts are represented in those 124 neighborhoods. And the key takeaways that I would say the number one key takeaway was the level of engagement. That not only did 100 people take the time to fill out that survey, but 80% of them wrote comments, which I also included for you. So enforcement, noise, limit on number of occupants, and host residency requirement were the top 4 of the 11 concerns we put out there. Enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. You see that in the comments, y'all know it. This, whatever happens next, has to be watertight. I really appreciate what I'm hearing about upping the fines, increasing the officers, the hearing officers, figuring out what those bottlenecks are to make this really work.
That's your time.
Fine.
Sorry,
Thank
Dana.
you. No, that's fine.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thanks.
Ron Ward. Ron Ward. Ron Losel, Ron Ward. Okay, see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ronald Ward, 5119 Two Street. I'm a landlord. I intend to do some short-term rental. I have affordable housing, and I built a new property to do short-term rental, to live in it and rent the other side. As we went, watching the process, it seems like the biggest challenge from where I'm sitting is not mom and pop operators. It's not people who have 2 or 3 units or 1 unit or renting a property. That's not really impacting affordable housing. In my opinion, what's impacting affordable housing is taxes and insurance. For instance, most owners, it would be hard pressed to find an owner that doesn't pay $6,000 in taxes and insurance. And that translates to a base of $500 a month that we have to start just to pay taxes and insurance if we're going to collect rent. If you add a mortgage to that, say another $600 or $700, we're at $1,100 to $1,200 just to break even. And there's nothing anybody in this room can do about that other than let you guys know that taxes and insurance are a big challenge. Now, somebody who has 50 or 100 units, they probably impact the market more than the mom and pops. And that, I'm gonna leave it at.
Thank you. Ron?
Ron Lazel, 2131 Bienville Avenue. I am paid, but I am not an actor. First of all, as I'm coming up for information only, is that there are people in HUMU, MU1, and MU2 who have homesteads currently. By taking away the non-commercial permits in HUMU, MU1, and MU2, you're restricting the ability of someone who has their home within those districts to have a short-term rental. Because of the HUMU IZD you put in, now you've completely blocked everyone out of HUMU. So I would ask that you kind of relook at that, because there are people who have homes within those districts, and they've been acting properly. They should be allowed to keep going. The map that everyone throws around STRs that says how prolific they are, and no one's disagreeing that there is an issue. This map is outdated. I think if you're going to make density decisions, you should have a map that has all the current permits for commercial and residential, not one that's showing from 2017 where there was an application and they never had an STR and there's a dot on it. So that's misleading. I think you should ask for that from safety and permits. I also suggest removing the IZD for small multifamily affordable developments. Again, this would create more housing and would allow then for one short-term rental, but would create up to 3 more units for people to live in. The 3-bedroom limit on RSTRs on the non-commercial is an arbitrary number that was just thrown out by the commissioners. If a homeowner has 5 bedrooms, why can't they rent out 4 of them? These are good actors. These are not the bad ones. By limiting it to 3 bedrooms, you're actually taking out some people who really do have a 5-bedroom house. And lastly, I can't support enforcement enough. I am anti-short-term rental when it comes to illegal short-term rentals, and I've always said that.
Thanks. That's your time. All right, Anita, can you put 45 minutes on the clock and we will go in oppose first? And the first person, and we're doing this by who clocked in first, Amy Lewis.
Hello, my name is Amy Lewis. I live at 831 Patterson in Algiers Point. I'm a single mom, single home STR owner. I want to just share a few things. I hear a lot of false narratives, and Ron pointed out that map that looks horrific and it is not up to date. There are 1% legal STRs compared to the entire housing stock in this city. Only 1% of that is legal STRs, right? And we are bringing in clearly tens of millions of dollars in tax revenues that we saw from that presentation. And, you know, when you all came up with this, you know, we're going to do 1 per block square, you were afraid, obviously, you don't want to open up the floodgates. There's this assumption that just because you could get a license, that you would get a license. If that were true, 66,000 people roughly have homestead exemptions. They would all have residential STRs right now, but they don't. Only 1,300 of them have it. Just because you could get a license doesn't mean that you're going to. I am for opening up the block restrictions, expanding it. The 1 per block face that you all block square that you all came up with last week, roughly 250 people are going to lose their licenses. Okay, and that's not even considering new people that might apply. 250 people right now. These are hardworking, middle-class, tax-paying, voting people that need this income to deal with the higher costs to live in this city. I'm also very much for some kind of relief valve, some kind of exception process, like we can get variances, right? In construction, you know, because there's so many unfair things that could happen in these lotteries. People have already said, my block square has 80 houses versus yours that only has 8. There's so much room for unfairness. Give people some kind of pathway for an exception. And finally, I just want to say here that legal STRs are not the problem, and it's not going to solve affordable housing. Okay. Enforcement, enforcement, enforcement.
Judy Johnson, let me just say this, y'all are cutting into your 45-minute allotted time and I'm not being rude about that. So Judy Johnson. Judy Johnson?
Hi, I'm Judy Johnson and I live at 1017 Felicity Street in New Orleans, of course. The only thing that I really want to add is like, why can't you do a 1 per block square for these places that have like 20 units or 10 units or something like that and leave us alone, the other ones who don't have that kind of number of bedrooms or number of places, leave us alone and regulate it to the ones that have these ginormous numbers of places in one building or where it's a big problem. And it's not a problem in my neighborhood. So there's got to be a way that we can figure it out that I'm so anti-lottery. I can't even begin to tell you how bad an idea I think that is. And the square block idea is crazy. It's going to hurt so many people and not help and not take care of what you want. It's because we're bringing what New Orleans needs. We need visitors. We need people who are supporting the city, and every one of the STR owners I know are doing all of that. And we fail to recognize what we are bringing to the city. It all sounds so negative, like we're the bad guy and we're the devil, and we're not the devil. We are bringing everything we can to this city and working very hard to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. Oliver Doxtator, Oliver? Oliver, okay. Going once, going twice. Agnes Blaylock.
Hello, my name is Angie Blaylock. I live at 3400 Napoleon Avenue. And I'm not a paid actor in any way. All right, I know we've all discussed and rehashed all the repercussions of not having STRs for the people who have it legally. I've read the whole court finding. I've been to the city planning meetings. I've been to city council meetings now. And I'd like to also give a thanks to Lauren Fain and Elizabeth Holman and Councilwoman Harris's office, who reached out to me to be able to hear and understand the concerns that I had. All of the entities involved encourage enforcement. That's the main thing. Penalties, of course, I agree with that. I don't like the whole house thing where people are causing problems. There's people who don't have short-term rentals who are causing problems with parties and things, and we can't do much about that. The other 3 things that I'd like to address that I have an issue with is the cap on short-term rentals. I do agree that there should be a cap, but I think that per the court said cap by neighborhood. So what about if we do something like a formula? I think I sent a letter to all of you guys. Do a formula, but that's based on the number of parcels in the city divided by a cap percentage that we like to have, and that would do the number of short-term rentals. Right now, that map that someone referred to is really out of date. I was trying to figure it out and I went, oh, I might be the only person on my block that's eligible because this one's license expired. That one has a whole house and they're never here. So the other thing is that nobody's talked again about the signs. I am totally against the 2x2 signs. It is an invasion of privacy. When I brought that up to people, they're like,
The signs were withdrawn last.
oh, they were.
They were withdrawn last meeting. So
Okay.
your signs, not meeting.
So my the recommendation with that would be just a placard that's in color and then people could see it. The final plea that I have is, please, while this is all being rehashed, allow us who are the legal short-term rental people to be able to continue through the end of December to all
That's your time.
are put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Greenberg. Gail Greenberg. I cannot read this. Bryson Reardon, maybe? Okay, I'm gonna put this to the side because I can't read the handwriting. Catherine DiMino. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for listening to my comments. I'm Catherine Domino. I live at 1723 Columbus Avenue in the 7th Ward. And there's a couple things I wanted to bring up. I know that there's been issues, people saying that short-term rentals, residential short-term rentals are nuisances to the neighborhood. And I live on Columbus, a couple blocks from Claiborne, and every Sunday there's a huge party under the Claiborne Avenue that generates lots of trash on my block and neighborhood, and we all clean it up. And and so I'm just wanting to point out that just having a short-term rental does not cause the same level of trash and nuisance that some of the other things that go on in my neighborhood. I'm retired and depend on some of the income that I have from my short-term rental. I bought it a few years ago when I moved from California because I wanted my family and friends to visit. So there's no way I would ever rent it as a long-term rental. That was never the purpose for me. So my feeling is that having trying to limit the number of residential short-term rentals will not really help the affordable housing in New Orleans. It'll just decrease money that I depend on to live on. It'll decrease money that goes to the city. It'll decrease money that goes to all my neighborhood businesses like Cajun Seafood, Circle Market, some of the other places in the neighborhood. So thanks for your consideration. I'm against limits or the block-based limits.
Okay, that's your time. Thank you. The person here I couldn't read is at 602 Louisa Street. 602 Louisa. All right. Kirk Leonard.
Thank you. Kirk Leonard, 726 Josephine, not a paid actor.
Can you speak into the microphone? Thank you.
In light of learning that the council's recent preliminary vote is leaning toward a more restrictive cap on the number of units per block, I ask that you at least use the city planning council's recommendations at a minimum as. Can you hear me better? Let me lean in. In light of the learning that the council's recent preliminary vote is leaning toward a more restrictive cap on the number of units per block, I ask that you at least use the city planning council's recommendations at a minimum, as they have spent time researching the data and deliberating with the insight of the public's input. We need stricter enforcement and penalties, not more restrictive regulation that turns the homes we own into unaffordable housing. When the permits that we've maintained responsibly are taken away and thrown into a hat, and a new recipient is drawn at random out of that hat. Banning or severely restricting STRs will not magically create affordable rent. Instead, use housing initiatives through permitting costs, taxes, and commercial development incentives. Overly severe limitation on the number of STRs allowed only serves to restrict the number of law-abiding permitted owners. Illegal absentee owners will continue on as they have done. Sensible caps for the number of responsible owners, along with strong enforcement and severe penalties, will assist affordable home ownership and detour exploitation. We only ask that you do not give into political pressure based on misleading statistics and over-regulate in response to the recent ruling, to the point that it harms the current law-abiding permit-holding citizens that provide a positive outcome for the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ivana Leonard.
Hi, good afternoon. Ivana Leonard, that was my husband. I am at 726 Josephine Street, so Lower Garden District, part of the St. Thomas development neighborhood. I am against the lottery system. It will be a recipe for inequality and corruption. What we need is really the enforcement, right? So all these people that sit there that are against STRs, we're with them. There is so many illegal listings here. And enforcement is really how we can get around it. There is only 1,300 legal listings in New Orleans. And that's what Amy was talking about. That's only 1% of the housing in New Orleans. The city also needs to hold the platform accountable. There are cities like Santa Monica where they ruled that the platform can effectively remove illegal listing by cross-referencing it with what the city data has, right? That would remove the need for superfluous software that costs tremendous amount of money for taxpayers. The blackface and square caps are very unfair and unnecessarily restrictive, and illegal operators will continue on. I urge the city council to listen to what CPC put in front of you. They listened to us. They had meetings here that we all joined, and we were able to speak, and Director Rivers recommended that the square blackface will be way too restrictive. I would like to remind this council, we are homeowners. We are your neighbors. We're not corporations. We're not getting rich here. We're just trying to pay our bills. In the last year, our homeowners insurance went up 100% and mortgage has increased. So I just want to be able to live in my home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rosas. Michael Rosas. Oh. And reminder, please say your address.
Michael Rosas, 8235 Pritchard Place, New Orleans, Louisiana, District A. So what I heard today was somebody said it's a privilege, not a right. That's not cool. Lottery, 1 per block square. Permit picture photo ID, non-refundable $50. Help us out. Raising it from $5 a night to $12 a night, the same with commercial, even though commercial's higher everywhere else. So let's split that up and make commercial eat some of the costs that we haven't eaten. Make applications, deny incomplete applications. I filled out 2 or 3 applications already because they were incomplete. Y'all make it so hard to put here's this, it's going to be incomplete. The first and second one, so they shouldn't do that. You can't deny application when y'all make it harder. Make it very easy for us to do. Attach this here, mark this here. It's ridiculous. You're going to have some incomplete applications. You can't just deny it like that. That's not right. The affordable housing, everybody's with this. Y'all know this. Taxes are up, insurance is up. You can't have affordable rent. I have houses for rent in New Orleans, and I can't get nobody to rent them because they can't afford it because of the taxes and because of the insurance. You're not gonna have affordable housing. So it's not the short term. It's not our fault for that. So you can't ding us for that either. 20 seconds. And then the part about a good side hustle for attorneys, for the hearing officers. What about the side hustle for us? That's what we're trying to do. A side hustle for the attorneys from 50 to 125. That's a joke. We want the side hustle. I mean, oh, one more thing.
That's your time.
Okay, storage and water board getting 75 cents a joke too.
Brad Newell. Brad Newell.
My name is Brad Newell. I reside at 1133 Governor Nichols. I've lived there for about 10 years. If anybody wants to stop by and make sure I'm not a paid actor, come on down. But really all I keep hearing and I support from the voices on this side of the room is equity and enforcement. We're just trying to find a way that there's equity amongst good actors, the people that have been abiding by the rules and regulations that this city set up long before this council, and that we've been following since. And every year with every changes we've been following. So the equity is, there's no equity in a lottery system. There's no equity in a 1 per block, city block limitation. We're trying to build equity amongst good people that are doing good things for this city. So I would ask you all to reconsider, or at least take a year to review what kind of applications you receive, to see if there is even a need for some kind of lottery system down the line. But enforcement is important too. And I think everybody in this room agrees that whole home short-term rentals are the problem, and none of us want them in the city, none of them want on our block. And when we report them and we're trying to get enforcement involved, that's something that needs to happen. And that's not necessarily on our end, as we may report them, but it's not up to us to then go adjudicate them. So I would just ask that the city take into consideration the good faith actors and realize that limitations on city block rentals, that's not going to stop bad actors, only enforcement is. Thank you.
Thanks. Greg Bowden.
My name is Brett Beldan. I'm at 1133 Governmental Street. As my husband, we've been working on a house for almost 11 years. We've ever since the city issued a license, we've had it. Tons of reviews. It's what I do. He goes to work and gets the insurance, the health insurance. I stay home and take care of the house. The homeowners and the good actors are the homeowners that live there for the most part. It's the true picture of what Airbnb and short-term rental should look like. It's not a corporate building. It's not this. I have them on my block. They're ugly and they're nasty. Don't forget about the homeowners that have been doing this, that have been living there, because if I'm against limiting the block. If we don't get it, and there's a chance we might not, it definitely changes. It's my home. It changes my life completely. And y'all are empowered to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't care about what a judge said. All I know is I've been doing everything right for the longest. I've had inspectors in the house. I will do anything and everything and done it all. But I see people all over the place that get away with murder. And that's the problem. And there's a chance that I will lose my license because of a lottery or whatever. Just start enforcing it for true. Look, I was here, I've been doing these meetings forever, for the last how many years? And I don't miss them. And that's it. Thank you.
John DeMarkey.
I'm John DeMai at 1832 Marsh Street. I've been operating a short-term rentals since 2012. When the licenses came out, I got a license. I've got all good reviews. I have had no complaints. And it's an integral part of my retirement plan. With the increase in insurance this year after the hurricane, it's now fully absorbed my Social Security check. I'm 70 years old. If I lose the permit in a lottery, my whole retirement plan has to be dramatically shifted. And with no complaints on my building, on my home, that seems completely unfair. And as I say, if we could spend a year or so aggressively enforcing, getting all the bad actors off the street, then we can find out what really needs to happen in limiting short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Sanders. Renee.
Hello, and thank you for hearing me. I'm at 1831 North Rampart. When I sunk my life savings into my home, I played by the rules. I factored in the rental income, and so have all the other homeowners who hold permits. My house is close to 200 years old, and I invest every dollar I make on rentals back into the house. And when there isn't enough to pay the bills for the month, I dip into my savings. Without the rentals, there's no way I can afford to keep this house. What havoc will ensue if these restrictive laws pass? New Orleans has already seen so much tragedy. I predict if this law passes, there will be more. Many of us homeowners that rely on this income will be forced to sell. I know I will. I will probably be at a loss at the as the market has already softened, and with a surge of new properties coming on the market, supply will certainly outpace demand. With little investor money, that will dry up even more, and I expect there will certainly be foreclosure fallout as well. And what about the price we as a community will pay, pitting neighbor against neighbor, forced to participate in our own sick version of the Hunger Games? Going before the tribunal lottery in hopes of finding the golden ticket in the form of a permit. Don't force homeowners to live in a constant fear of losing their livelihood. Please vote no on this lottery. New Orleans needs to be issuing more permits, not less. The increased budget for enforcement is great. However, if these new laws are passed, there will be less resources available for these new costs, putting further strain on New Orleans resources, not less. Many cities issue a short-term rental permit once and it's good indefinitely. Even a 5-year permit would be a welcome relief. And knowing that we can renew gives homeowners the peace of mind we need. With additional occupancy, we could fund homeless shelters, drug rehabs, job placement programs, services our city sorely needs. I recommend we embrace this opportunity to do more good with tourist dollars by seeking to increase revenue.
That's your time.
Rather than decrease revenue for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Window.
Hi, this is my first time doing this, so excuse me. But yeah, I live on 4100 Duplessis Street. I'm a new homeowner. I bought it last year. And the only reason I was able to afford it was because I STR the other side. I've had no complaints with it. And the points that the SCRs are causing issues, I don't think that's an issue because most SCR owners on Airbnb have very strict laws or very rules concerning the quality that we have to uphold. I would say Airbnb homes or SCRs are better quality and more quiet than others because we have to keep a 5-star rating in order to stay on the platform and be competitive. I'm against the lottery system just because it is life or death for me. If I knew all of the fees and insurance and things that I knew I had to pay when I bought the house, maybe I probably have to move back to my parents' house. But I don't think that I want to do that. But this is life or death for me. I have a 50% chance to get the license. I like most people said, this is, the golden ticket. I cannot lose my license. I've been following by the rules since I've started. So I think it's really unfair, if I lose my license. So I'm here today to talk about that and hopefully, changes and the bad actors are get rid of and, the people that are following the rules can continue to stay and keep the house. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Orwig.
Hi, I'm Lisa Orwig and I live at 923 St. Rock in the Marigny. I've been an Airbnb superhost for almost 8 years and Airbnb is my main source of income. I'm very concerned about the 1 STR per square block. This is going to create an atmosphere of competition and will fuel a lot of negativity, pitting neighbors against each other. I already compete with my neighbor who is operating an illegal STR out of her accessory cottage. What happens if she decides to apply for a legal STR license when I have a long successful history of operating by the rules? Please consider the type of competitive environment a lottery system will create. Please consider those of us who have played by the rules for many years. Please consider those of us who may lose our homes and businesses as a result of the regulations you decide upon. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Tuvo.
Hi, Tuvo 2718 Odin Street, New Orleans. I'm against the 1 block per square face rule as well as everyone else. It's a recurring theme that I'm seeing today. I hope you reconsider it because it is a lot of people's livelihoods, mine included. My brother had just spoken, and it is scary being a homeowner, being young and, newly purchasing a home. I'm really scared for my little brother that he could potentially not be able to keep his home because of rising costs in insurance, things that are unpredictable, like, the weather in New Orleans. We love the city and we
would not want to have to sell our homes and move somewhere else because we can't no longer afford or be able to rent out our short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Mablu. Stephanie MBELU. All right, Trevor McQueen. Sharon Alexis.
I appreciate the opportunity to stand before you to express my concerns. I'm here because I am driven by the word opportunity. I've fought all my life to provide people with opportunity. I've served on boards like Habitat for Humanity, Neighborhood Housing Services, Xavier Triangle, and the list goes on. I've worked to provide safe, affordable, decent housing as housing manager for Salvation Army. I'm here today to fight for me, because the older I get, the more I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep my house because of taxes. This year I paid over $4,000 in taxes for my house. So as I look back, as a child, my house was condemned by the city of New Orleans. I was only in 5th grade. I vowed through hard work that my mother would never have to worry about where she lived. So after I graduated from college, I bought a house for her. Now, that same house, I may not afford to be able to keep because the prices continue to go up in taxes, but my income is not going up. My mother's gone home to glory. She's resting now, but I'm still here and I struggle. I called Councilman Jeruso's office and I said, what can we do? You know, how can I be one of those who wants to get one of those permits? I said, I may not be able to keep my house. The person was very kind. She said to me, you know, well, there are some options and you may have to sell that house. I didn't fight. I wasn't one of those women of the storm who flew to Washington, D.C. so that we could have the right to rebuild this city for everyone to come back, to then have to sell my house in a few years when I retire because my taxes are too high. My insurance is too high. It is not fair to those of us who worked hard and contributed to the welfare of this city, who's kept kids off the street and out of prison, to not be able to afford to live and go to sleep. I want to do like my parents. I want to stay here till I die, but I want to be able to stay in this city, in the house that I worked to build for her. So I'm asking you to please reconsider that 1 block per phase, open up that lottery so that more of us will have that opportunity.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shalice Green. Shalice Green.
Hi, my name is Shalice Green. I live at 1628 North Broad. Kind of echoing what other people have said. I have a problem with the $50 fee. It's not a deterrent from somebody going in the lottery. I feel like we should get rid of the lottery and the per square block. And I'm going to kind of refocus on actually the people of New Orleans. I feel like the city council actually cares about the residents of New Orleans, but you're criminalizing us right now with this. This is a lot. You know, these are people that pay property taxes. And the one thing that I saw when the taxes were up there, I didn't see anything that was allocated towards the people that are suffering in the city. From crime, you can use the money for crime. You can, you know, take $1 million and help the Plessy School stay in the FQ. You know, like fund more nonprofits like Roots of Music and work with community leaders like Dr. Ashanta Wyatt to allocate funds for mental health and educational needs. The crime is out of control. Someone just got killed down the street on neutral ground from my house. This is unacceptable what's happening in the city. And you're criminalizing STRs. You're criminalizing the people that pay the property taxes here. Okay? Use this money to help people not sell their ancestral homes for $60,000, to have a corporation come in to purchase it and sell it for $600,000. Right? Those people can't even afford to stay in the city. Give them grants to fix their homes instead of forcing them to sell them. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy Todd. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Brandy Todd. I'm a homeowner at 4616 Magazine Street. I believe my request and concern is rather unique. I have not heard it expressed in any of the past meetings. I am asking you all to consider allowing multiple units under one permit. It does not increase the number of guests allowed at the STR. It also does not increase the density. So I have a threeplex. I am surrounded by commercial properties. I myself am required to have a commercial business on the bottom floor because I'm H2B1. My house was vacant and blighted for 6 years. It was a very large nuisance for all of my commercial neighbors. My home required extensive repairs. And because I also have to have a commercial mortgage and commercial type insurance, my home is absolutely not viable without the income from the 2 STRs. I was really careful when considering all of the city's requirements under the current regulations when I purchased my home. Under the new proposed rules, I do stand to lose my home, my retirement plan, and also my life savings. So I would like to also add that my request is actually good for the neighbors and good for the neighborhood. My request of allowing multiple units under one permit, and this is why. If I am not allowed to have multiple units under my STR, I will have to combine through renovation my units into one unit. I'm going to be moving from hosting 1-bedroom guests to 3-bedroom guests. My 1-bedroom guests are fabulous. They are very well-mannered Tulane parents. They are retirees. If I have to advertise for 3 bedrooms, those types of guests are typically a bit more rowdy. I don't want to invite those types of groups into my home or the neighborhood. So I am requesting, please, instead of limiting the number of—
That's your time.
Instead of applying the maximum number of bedrooms to permits, please apply that. Instead of applying the maximum number of bedrooms to units, please apply that to permits to allow for multiple 1 bedrooms in a multifamily.
Thank you. That's your time. Lisa Suarez. Lisa Suarez. All right, Nick Inman.
I'm Nick Inman, 2111 Robin Street. Is it fitting that your permit renewal period for enforcement starts April 1st, April Fool's Day? To clarify, the enforcement office wants more money to pay more staff. The city wants to double nightly fees, but you want far fewer STRs in operation. You want to enrich city workers, but keep money and fees flowing to the city, but you want to restrict the flow of capital to the residents you represent. Make that make sense. The 1 per square, or even what the CPC voted for, which 1 per block face, is exceedingly restrictive. Televised bingo balls as a permitting solution. This is what months of proposals and ideas have brought us. The city council only had to remove the homestead exemption component to be in compliance with the Constitution. Do we really need to reinvent the wheel or spin the wheel? There are brands, mortgages, lifestyles, and relationships on the line. Sorry to say, after 4 years of hosting, this is insulting. When I speak to my neighbors, they complain about package thefts, broken car windows, car thefts, shootings, rocks thrown at homes, abandoned vehicles, shootings on the interstate. None of them complain about short-term rentals. Why have you made our lifestyle as hosts the boogeyman? We just had a major bank collapse. We're dealing with inflation. Most of us are aware a recession is in the works. Our city is not in a better place, but worse post-COVID after your anti-business actions. Have we not learned that shuttering business out of fear is bad for everyone, not just business owners? People will need as many opportunities to bring in additional income as times get tougher. Allowing tourists, grandparents, contractors a place to stay in New Orleans, giving them alternatives to overpriced hotel rooms, brings with it monies to which go directly into our neighborhood. Take those hosts away via your lottery system, you take away the currency currently circulating in the neighborhood. The only beneficiaries of this, the establishment, the guys that you hate so much, is the hotel lobby.
That's your time. Tina Marquardt. Tina?
I'd have My name is Tina Marquardt. I live at 5219 Hawthorne Place in Lakeview. I'm a resident and not a paid actor. It's kind of hard to follow up some of these strong speakers that came up, but I came here to say some of the same things that you've heard, but perhaps say them in a different way in hopes of resonating where it hasn't before. The last 5 years, my escrow has increased my monthly mortgage $800 a month. Add that to a current rent factor and see how affordable it is. 1,200 legal permits on file, but 3,000 listings on Airbnb. Who knows how many other platforms? My neighborhood, Lakeview, has 28, only 28 active permits, and only 48 in total that have ever been applied for in this 3,100 household community. But you would think Rome is burning. Councilman Green and King, what if the 1,800 illegal listings on Airbnb are in your districts? If those illegal, I'm sorry, it's okay. I'm just making a point.
There should never be allowed illegal anything.
Correct.
Okay, but
If
that's
the-
not the issue here. We should enforce that. I agree
Yes,
with
sir.
you.
If those illegal units were shut down, wouldn't that reduction be a great start for both of you? These illegal listings will not follow the rules. They don't now. Together, let's focus on shutting down the illegal operators and see how much of a relief you get. We tracked blight and tall grass post Katrina. Why not illegal operators? Don't shut us legal operators down, shut them down. You can't control gun violence by taking away the Second Amendment right. You will not control illegal operators by taking away homeowners' right to rent. The new regulation will not hit the intended target. It will miss, and we, New Orleanians, will be your collateral damage.
Thank you. Eve Kazik. Eve Kazik.
Hello, Eve Kazik, 5323 Memphis Street. My mother was the queen of cliches, and if she were here at this meeting, you know what she would say? You can't see the forest for the trees. The young lady posted a pie chart up there on the display, and I looked at it, and guess what? It's over 50% green, like the forest. Maybe 65% or so, if I had to guess by the pie chart. That pie chart represented what people are complaining about for STR. And the green on the pie chart is unauthorized rentals. So the lady over here talking about we have limited resources and so we can't enforce, we're having trouble enforcing this. If we can figure out how to fund that so that we can go after all the unauthorized STRs, guess what, folks? We would need to limit residential STRs. There would be no need. Let me say, I am against limits in general, and Councilman Druso knows how I feel about this. And I'm also against that silly lottery. There is, I don't need to rehash that. Everyone has done a good job talking about the lottery. So come on, folks, look through the trees and please see the forest.
All right, Denise, followed by Jeffrey. Denise.
Denise Berthium, 3014 Ursulines. I am a homeowner with a tax exemption, and I have been an Airbnb superhost for since 2013 and have followed every regulation and permitting legally throughout the years. Again, like everyone else, this lottery in 1 per square block is penalizing homeowners, host homeowners, and it's pitting neighbors against neighbors. You are slaughtering the goose that laid the golden egg. We had code department up here saying that the bottleneck is adjudication. You can get people up to the court, but you can't even have the trials because you don't have enough money
to pay an attorney $300 an hour, unbelievable, but, but nobody's talked about, I haven't heard one person say with this one per square block limitation, how much tax revenue is that going to eliminate? So your situation of enforcing the laws on the books is going to be worse. You're not going to have, you're going to have to go back to the $75 an hour for the attorney. And, maybe, I'm sorry, it's unfortunate that the court has ruled that you can't separate it. It's not civil right to discriminate against those who don't have homestead exemption, but maybe if you're going to stick with this arbitrary 1 per square block or lottery, give them a separate lottery.
That's your time.
Tax exempt people can have one lottery.
That's your time. Jeffrey?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jeffrey Farshawn? All right. Okay. Trying to get, we have like 1 minute left.
Thank you for your time. Jeffrey Farshad, I live at 1310 Governor Nichols Street. Everybody here has done a great job laying out the issues here. Clearly, the lottery is a foolish, way to go about this. And on the block face tip, I want to say, I was trying to do STRs and back when there was no regulations, and I was looked at as the villain. And guess what? There was one B&B on my block face. So guess what? I couldn't even get a bed and breakfast license, automatically looked at as the enemy. Right. And the fact is, then our culture came to realize that STRs are not so bad. And then there were rules. And then guess what? Just like everybody else, went down the rocky road. Right. Given this, this is how you do it. Okay, we're going to do it this way. And then you change flips and flops. We're trying to navigate the path. The real problem here is the bad actors. The bad actors here, whenever people say, oh, we hate Airbnbs, we are lumped in with those people. And the thing is, that's not how we operate. That's not us, right? It's not fair. It's a fallacy to just say that STRs are bad, because it's not it's always the bad actors. And here's the other thing. This is really about letting the dollar circulate. All right. We are little people and we're trying to do our thing. And you know what? We give jobs to our little neighborhood fellas who need to clean up the yard and people who want to clean up the apartments. You know what? Big Sheraton and Marriott don't do that. These people won't get jobs like that. We are letting the dollar circulate, right? And then it's a huge fallacy to try to, pit legal STRs against, affordable housing. It's just they're completely different things. The reason that rents are rising is, as everybody said,
that's your time. That's your time. I'm sorry. I got one more card. Y'all had 45 minutes. Gina Bach. Gina.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The city pulled a bait and switch on us before. Let's not do it again. Thank you.
Did you fill out a card? What's your name? Oh my God. Matt will come see you.
Gina Bach, 1554 North Johnson Street. Thank you for hearing me. I'm very nervous and sometimes I come off very aggressive or as very aggressive, and I don't mean to be. Councilman Morrell said at the March 3rd meeting, there is absolutely no way to resolve this situation in light of the Fifth Circuit's decision that will not result in pain for somebody. But that doesn't excuse your duty as elected officials to make every possible effort to minimize the amount of people facing that pain by creating an unbiased ordinance. And this ordinance, as proposed, is far from unbiased. In fact, it's biased to the point that council members are ignoring their own well-qualified City Planning Commission's data in favor of data from an organization that has demonstrated nothing but extreme bias. The proposed enforcement measures along with the CPC's proposed ordinance minus the overreaching caps and discriminating lottery would satisfy the court, most New Orleanians, most residential short-term rental owners. It would also minimize most of the legal standing for hundreds of thousands of dollars in litigation. Taxpayer dollars that would be better spent on true solutions to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. We're at time. Mr. Pellerin, you put in support. It sounds like you oppose. Well, why don't you come up here? You got 2 minutes and then that's it for the opposition.
Hi, how's it going, guys? Thank you all for being here. Freddie King, you represent my district. My address is 1010 Treme. My name is Brandon Pellerin. I just, I was calling as I was calling today as I'm very close to just about finishing the repairs to my home to apply for a license today that they couldn't do because everything is up in the air. And they said, well, as a matter of fact, this meeting is going on right now. You can log in online. And I just rushed on over here because that's what made the most sense. And, so I am in opposition to the idea of one block. I just want to talk about things like the data center. The data center has a lot of good information on the inequities of New Orleans. This is not paid for. I am someone who grew up in New Orleans, who worked to get to the point where I can afford a home here in this city. I was on that platform before the system stepped in and put rules to it, and that forced me out. I understood. I could not wait to get back in the game by playing my cards right, purchasing my own home, rebuilding it, having my neighbors be proud of the advancements that is done for the block that uplifts the entire neighborhood. Growing up here in the city of New Orleans, right? Growing up here in this city, I remember going to several of the old ladies' houses around my neighborhood where I would cut grass or sell produce from the community gardens that I was a part of as a way of just doing the right thing. One of the things that I noticed all that time is that all those homes, a lot of homes throughout New Orleans, had these rooms where people could rent a room to someone to help cover their expenses and sustain their lives. And I'm wondering, how did we get here in a place where that is being looked upon and criminalized?
That's your time, sir. Wrap up.
I ask you guys to please think about the families who have had people renting rooms for all those years to help cover those extra expenses. Thank you all for
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anita, can you put 45 minutes on for folks who are in support? And I'm going to call up Sandra Stokes first, followed by Jim Goodwin. Did you submit a card? What's your name? Okay, we'll look through it and then we'll get you at the end.
Hi, I'm Sandra Stokes. I'm representing Louisiana Landmark Society as well as Lafayette Square Association. I am not paid by anybody, unfortunately. Never have. I want to thank y'all for the great strides you've made in creating these restrictions and trying to get rid of the illegal operators out there. Whatever happens, there are going to be bad operators, and enforcement is always going to be the key. Bad operators are going to find ways around the system no matter what we create. I thank you all who voted for 1 per square and ask that you stick to it with no exceptions. I think we need to require platforms to report monthly to the city. I would ask you to request inspections for new and renewed permits every year so that we can see that there aren't bad players operating behind closed doors. And I would love to give preference to the people here, to the folks here that are individual homeowners. So let's look for ways to weight the lottery system, maybe for one, if they rent a room out of their house or some small way. Let's find a way to help them. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra. Jim Goodwin, followed by Richard Pollack, followed by Margaret Walker.
My name is Jim Goodwin. I live at 537 Verrett Street in Algiers Point. I'm not a paid actor. I'm here again to voice and reiterate support by the Algiers Point Association. I am the president for 1 per square. I heard Councilmember Jerusto say square face. I hope he meant square. The terminology is really confusing, but anyway, I hear so much about money for the city and the people needing the money for this, but for me, this is not a financial issue. This is a quality of life issue for my neighborhood. It means a lot to me. The way it is right now, I want to maintain it. I certainly support STRs to a limited degree. Right now, you've heard me quote this before, but I'm going to keep saying it. For Algiers Point, 90 is acceptable, 1 per square. 360 is not. So I'm sticking with 1 per square. I also would like to support signage of some sort. Doesn't have to be a 2x2 sign, but at least post the permit out there so that we know what's going on. I know there's a security issue for the operators, but it's a security issue for the residents too, to know what's going on in the neighborhood and what houses are legal STRs. If it's not posted, they're not. They're already got 1 violation. So let's continue to at least have some sort of acknowledgement of who the operators are. Another issue is, it's been said before about the fines and the level of fines. I had not known when I moved here that there had been previous efforts, but I've tried to initiate, and with the help of some of the other neighborhood organizations, we're going to go back to the state again and ask them to increase fines, and for goodness sakes, to index it to cost of living. To sit there and have something that was passed, boom, 10 years ago.
That's
It
your
is
time.
unacceptable.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Richard?
Hi, my name is Richard Pollack. I live at 1526 Blogger Street. I'm a little bit confused because the issue of the operators, it looks like on the one hand, if you read it, it says the operator can live an hour away, but I thought there was a change that said the operator has to live on site. I strongly request that you make it so the operator has to live on site, because if you don't, you're just begging to have short-term rentals, you know. Councilman is out there, you know, people these private rentals. So if I try to call him and tell him he's not listening. So the whole issue that we have here is not it's whole house rentals. And if you don't have a requirement that the operator has to live on site, you're absolutely you're wasting your time for discussion of enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martha can leave, so.
Okay.
Can you give that address to the gentleman next to you, to Miss Becknell, so she could have it for her files?
Right here.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Graff?
Hang on 1 second. Councilmember Harris, let me answer your question, sir. Sir, you, yes. I'm sorry, I don't have the card, so I don't have your name, but you were asking about the issue about the operator residing at the property.
Right.
So if the current draft ordinance that we have, which is calendar number 34082. Unfortunately, I don't have the page numbers, but if you do go to line number 381, it says that for non-commercial short-term rentals, evidence of recorded ownership or a current residential lease, as well as such other documentation as the department may reasonably require, establishing that the operator resides on the premises being operated as a short-term rental. So that language is in there. It's about residing at the short-term rental.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm looking at all the different.
Yeah, I know it gets confusing, and I know that there's been questions about that on social media as well. So I just wanted to read what the actual language says on the ordinance.
Okay, good. Congratulations, because that's a small thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Andrew Graff, followed by Calvin Lopez. Going once, going twice. All right, Abigail Thurman. Calvin's here. Come on, Calvin.
Good afternoon. My name is Calvin Lopez. I reside in East New Orleans, 7450 Mayo. I want to thank you for the ordinances as they stand. It's concise, it's clear, and we need to get it implemented without additional changes. It does include a lot of novel approaches which need time to be implemented and evaluated. Give them time to work. Please, no last minute amendments. We won't have time to reply to them. It would only muddy the waters. You already know what's important, and other agenda items ill-conceived will invalidate all the last 6 months of work. There are obviously factions or special interest groups here today. That does not mean their opinions aren't important. Don't be swayed by biased emotional appeals. We must get this done. No bonus licenses, please. Keep it 1 per square, 1 per real-time owner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Abigail Thurman, followed by Janice Buren.
Hello, I'm Abby Thurman. I live at 7319 Green Street, 70118. As the council has been made aware, many short-term rental operators who spoke at the previous council meeting on March 2nd either do not have a current short-term rental license or otherwise misrepresented the legality of their STR. Short-term rental applications are public information. Anyone can find this information in the registry of short-term rentals at nola.gov/STR. Today, we don't want to wait until after this meeting to acknowledge any misrepresentations by STR operators. Out of the 23 self-identified STR operators who've spoken today, we could not find a current valid STR license for 14 of them. We will work with the clerk of council's office to update that information as soon as possible and we'll share. The city has failed to enforce current regulations on STRs. 75% of New Orleans short-term rentals listed on Airbnb are not in compliance with current law. There's simply no reason to believe that the proposed ordinance will be enforced. The only realistic solution to protect housing rights for New Orleans residents is to completely ban short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Holmes.
Good afternoon, council members. I am Erin Holmes. I'm the executive director of VC Pora, for which I am paid. My address is 816 North Rampart Street. Very simple, 1 per square, no exceptions. Data has shown that 1 per square is more aligned with the number of legally operating short-term rentals in neighborhoods, and in some cases, even more lenient. Any exceptions that you create beyond a weighted lottery that prioritizes true shared homes, call it a relief valve or whatever, is rife for manipulation. It's rife for backdoor dealings and will undermine this entire exercise. We are technically here because of the Fifth Circuit ruling, but we are all really here because we've been let down by enforcement. And that's what has really pitted neighbor against neighbor. That's why we have three-quarters of our listings unpermitted and nearly a third of hosts holding 10 or more short-term rentals. That's why we have entire neighborhoods that have been gutted by investor greed. I truly appreciate the efforts of Ms. Becknell and her office, and I really enjoyed her presentation today. It shows that her office's commitment to making this work, but they need the tools. I think it was brought up that the inspectors are paid $32,000 a year, and they have a residency requirement in Orleans Parish. We were talking about $150 for an attorney. That's $16 an hour. You know, if the city assessed $300,000 in fees in 2022, How much do we actually pull in? We need these as resources. So please support the Office of Enforcement with the tools to do the job. Please compel the platforms to share data like other cities. Please add mandatory inspections prior to the issuance of permits for health and safety reasons. 1 per square, no exceptions.
Thank you. Nathan Chapman, followed by Alan Johnson. Nathan? All right, Alan, you want to come on up?
Hello, my name is Alan Johnson. I'm the president of Faubourg Marigny Improvement Association, 111418 Charters. This is my home, and I moved into a neighborhood, not to be bracketed by STRs, but to be bracketed by neighbors. I followed the rules while neighbors were pitted against neighbors, and some people commercialized their residential properties, turned them into small hotels, and where wheelie bags popped up on Friday afternoon where we used to have neighbors. As we all bemoan the lack of affordable housing, think of the effect taking renters out of homes and replacing them with tourists has had. And what happens when out-of-state money will now flood the market now that the homestead exemption requirement is gone? Not denying that there are other factors, but when these last rules went into place, the French Quarter, where they weren't allowed, saw a decrease in the dollar per square footage, and the Marigny, which has 399 legal and illegal STR permits, saw an increase in property value per square foot. While the STR businesses talk about how they'll be hurt, what about people who are no longer here to speak and have already been hurt? Like Renee, my former neighbor who used to live on the bottom floor. That's a whole house short-term rental now that I've reported multiple times. Those people are gone. They can't live in the neighborhood. And when they do live in the city, and when they do live in the city, lots of times they're too far to get to live too far away to get to work. Our neighborhood, while many of the houses are double shotguns, were not intended to be single family residents, but that other side was intended to be a citizen of New Orleans. Those have gone away now with the short-term rentals. Zoning doesn't allow you to do commercial businesses in your property, but we've muddied the waters now. And I'd like to ask you, how many of you ran on the platform of putting more short-term rentals in the Marigny? We have 127 legal short-term rentals in the Marigny. 1 per block square would be 79. 1 per block would be 158. You've put more short-term rentals in the neighborhood. I don't remember anyone running on that platform.
Thanks, Alan. Julie Jones, followed by Maxwell.
Hi, I'm Julie Jones. I live at 827 Louisa Street. I'm president of Neighbors First for Bywater. Along with my board, I'm urging you to stick to 1 STR per square and no exceptions and strict enforcement of the rules. I was heartened to see the codes you've drawn up. I hope that you will find a way to impose them and also to pay the inspectors more. I agree with Aaron on that. We also urge you, and I know this is a little bit out of your remit right now, but we also urge you to find a way to curb the commercial STRs that abut residential areas. They are right up against our backyards in many cases. They're large buildings. They could make lives miserable and force us out of the ones of us who are remaining could be forced out of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxwell, followed by Shelley Landrew, followed by Mark Shuttler.
Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardulo, 1340 Poydras Street. I appreciate the extra time here to discuss the enforcement piece. I want to start by just reminding you that online commenters at the last meeting were 10-1 in favor of more regulations. But unlike operators, they couldn't afford to take a day off. I think also it's important to note that the vast majority, that's not funny to me, the vast majority of your constituents don't want any short-term rentals in their neighborhoods. So please stand firm on the compromise you passed at the last meeting. And the people asking you to hold firm also aren't out here breaking the laws they want you to change. As one of the previous commenters mentioned, close to half of the operators at the last meeting were operating illegally. It seems it's likely the same is true here. And I think that says a lot about our enforcement, that people breaking the law with impunity felt comfortable to come here and speak on the record and tell you they're the good guys. And so you've received our comments about our priorities for the enforcement ordinance. I'm going to highlight just a few here. The first is that I think it would make a lot of sense to weight our lottery in favor of operators who are only renting out a bedroom in their home or a partial unit. Many of you have mentioned that these are the true little guys who you're most concerned about. We don't disagree. Partial units typically don't involve evictions. They don't remove entire homes from our housing stock, and they're too small for the raucous parties that disrupt our neighborhoods. So prioritizing them is good for neighbors and good for the most impacted operators. We also would strongly urge you to consider platform accountability. Councilmember Giruso, I really appreciate your question about this earlier. There's no reason to spend so much staff time and resources on researching violators when we can just make Airbnb give us the data. Other cities have done that. They've been sued, they've settled, and Airbnb is now complying with that. And all of our ordinances have severability clauses. So again, there's no reason not to include this. We're going to get sued one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley? Mark? Oh, Shelley. Shelley's gone. Mark?
My name is Mark Shetler. I'm with Shift Change. We are a service industry advocacy nonprofit, and I'm unpaid. I'll start by playing the hits. I've got an update for y'all in the March 2nd meeting of 19 self-identified STR operators. 9 either do not hold valid licenses or flat out misled y'all in their comments. As y'all know, I provided details of that information to all of your offices this morning. Your chiefs of staff have it. Today looks even worse so far. It would appear that we're at 14 of 23. If y'all remember at that last meeting on March 2nd, Zach Smith expressed appreciation for the decorum and good faith engagement here. I'm sure he'll be heartened to know that even in private life, STR operators continue to ignore him. As to 1 per square versus 1.3141 per square or whatever other overfine exception we can dream up, the city doesn't have the time to keep dancing around already decided issues when there's so many other things we need to work out in the next 9 days. I mean, how far did we get in the last 12? It was voted on, it passed. We need to move forward and not leave other important parts of the law unaddressed and riddled with loopholes because of this one already decided issue, and to help avoid last-minute amendments. While I question the necessity of seeking compromise with corporate and out-of-state interests, unable to make an ethical or moral argument of their business model, or with individuals so willing to misrepresent themselves in these council chambers, y'all's inboxes, etc., in the interest of finding some common ground, I'd encourage y'all to pursue platform enforcement that borrows from effective models we've seen in other cities. Enforcement officers currently have a residency requirement, but are paid under $32,000 a year. Safety and permits has stopped Entergy from removing meters under the current regime. There's a long list. We've been providing it. Look, this isn't some property rights crossing the Rubicon. It is, after all, a literal zoning code related to commercial enterprise. This is an affordable housing issue. It's a quality of life issue.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
Jeffrey Seymour, followed by Michael Deplancher.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Seymour. I'm at 2227 Royal Street.
Jeffrey, can you talk into the microphone, please?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me? I'm Jeffrey Seymour. I live at 2227 Royal Street, and I'm speaking as a member of the FMIA. I'd like to speak specifically for just a moment about the difference between 1 per square, 1 per block face. In the Marigny, 1 per square is just about the number of STRs we have. 1 per block face would be 4 times as many. If you are a proponent of 1 per block face, then what you are saying essentially is you believe the appropriate, the prudent number of STRs in the Marigny is 4 times as many as we have now. You are essentially saying this is a problem. I'm going to allow 4 times as many, and then I'm putting my foot down. That doesn't sound like much of a control to me, much of a cap. I want to talk for just a second about demand. We're increasing the number of potential applicants from 181,000 adults in this city to 250 million adults in the country alone. 250 million people from the 1st of April will be able to get permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Duplantier. All right, Carl Mack. Joe Rochelle.
Good afternoon, Joe Rochelle, 862 Polk Street on behalf of Lakeview Civic. And we're urging the council just to hold firm. We think we have a decent compromise here with 1 per square. We think that's workable. We also really appreciate Councilmember Green's motion to allow a vote of the people on the same way that the master plan was voted on by the residents of New Orleans. And we overwhelmingly said that we want residential to remain residential. And these are commercial uses, make no doubt about it. And we're allowing them throughout the city in residential districts. So we would just urge, again, we've had so many problems with safety and permits. STR that's illegal. They took a house on Harrison Avenue, subdivided it. One half is now a real estate office. The other half is now an illegal short-term rental. For 9 months, that illegal short-term rental has been operating. We've taken 3 trips to City Hall. The executive board of our organization has come here. Nothing's happened. So until the enforcement piece is worked out, we don't see how this is going to work. You're putting the cart before the horse here, we believe. Unfortunately, that's the position the court has put you guys in. And we would just say at this point, 1 per square. If that works, enforcement starts to work, then maybe we can hopefully revisit that and maybe there's no need for a cap. But at this point, the only thing that we think is workable is 1 per square. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary Jones, followed by Kevin Fitzpatrick.
Hi, my name is Zachary Jones, 2406 St. Roch Avenue. Obviously, we're in a housing crisis. The house is on fire and some people are telling you, don't put out the fire because we might get wet. That's basically what's happening right now. Airbnb is over $100 billion corporation operating in over 81,000 cities around the world. We are not unique in having a problem with Airbnb. New York, LA, San Francisco, Barcelona, Paris, cities around the world have these issues with Airbnb. We're not the only city that has the majority of Airbnbs operating illegally. In fact, there are many cities around the world. In fact, there's been a lot of studies that have been done, Carnegie Mellon, University of Massachusetts, the National Bureau of Economic Research. They show that rents do go up with Airbnb. It's not like hypothetical, they do go up. Like we do lose housing because of Airbnb. We shouldn't try to bend all of our resources to placate a very small minority of people profiting, making over $200 a day renting out their homes when we have people who have vouchers for places who can't get in. Like this is a serious issue. The bad actors aren't like a couple people who own like a lot of property. The whole industry is a bad actor. So you need to reel it in. Platform accountability. That's the only thing that's going to even remotely address this enforcement issue. If people are wearing shirts saying that, oh, we need more enforcement, that's because they don't believe you can enforce it. They're outright coming to you. They're lying to you in front of your faces, on record. They're lying to you because they don't believe you can enforce it. So of course they're going to say, oh, spend all of your time on enforcement, because they don't think that you'll catch up with them. So please, more platform accountability from an enormous corporation that can actually do something to make this easier on us. That's it.
Thank you. Fallon, followed by Mr. Southall. Okay. Mr. Southall?
Good afternoon, everyone, City Council. My name is Yassin Frank Southall, 2533 Columbus Street. As y'all know, I'm the Organized Community Engagement Manager at Jane Place. We're calling still for abandon all, residential STRs, but compromise is 1 per square block. No exceptions more in this. If we do 1 per block, that's dramatic increase. SCRs, both legal and illegal. No chicken nor waffling on this. We support weighing any lottery towards individuals renting out a bedroom or 2 in their personal homes. Like I've mentioned before, I have friends and other people in the community who would benefit from this, like, and they're responsible actors. But that's it, right? Like, that's what we need. The fact of the matter is enforcement isn't working. We need to see come with the tougher restrictions on Airbnb, VRBO, and other platforms they refuse to share data. And to be clear, these platforms should be banned if they don't turn over the data. We're also calling for all the small hosts who keep talking about enforcement, publicly protest what Airbnb is doing. Ultimately, if y'all hold them accountable, then they'll do what they need to do. A lot of people said a lot of really good things already. But again, I refuse to believe this industry adds benefit in my life. I'm forced to live on the block with 2 home rentals. I've reported for years. Brian the Deckers reported them for years. And when we talk about rents in the city, people are getting $1,500, $2,000 a month for renting side of a double in Central City. So ideal that they can't do that. It's just not the truth. People can replace the money from Airbnb with renting long-term tenants. Lastly, we need ban all home rentals. Again, weigh the lottery towards people renting out bedroom in their home, and that's what the industry was founded for.
Thank you.
God bless y'all.
Taylor Belkson, followed by Nathan Lott.
Hello, my name is Taylor Balkasoon. I put my work address. I'm here on behalf of Travelers Aid. I'm an outreach worker with unhoused people in the French Quarter. And so I would mostly echo a lot of stuff that Daiquiri and Frank said. But I also think that we are in a position where we're going to face potentially more natural disasters, and that these natural disasters create a smaller and smaller and more competitive market when it comes to affordable housing. And I think, arguably that I think we would all agree that housing is a human right, and that its side hustle is not a human right. And that I understand that the middle class deserves to be strengthened. And I think that that is possible without creating really further marginalizing conditions in the city that keep people who have experienced trauma as a result of natural disasters or crime or incarceration, a number of factors from accessing a basic human right. That is what I'll say.
Thank you. Nathan Lott, followed by Nikki Savinsky.
Good afternoon, council members. Nathan Lott here on behalf of Preservation Resource Center 923 Chapatulas. Thanks for your time through this long meeting today. What could I possibly say to illuminate this issue that you haven't already heard? Well, I want to say that in our outreach to communities all around the city, as we tried to figure out how to handle the situation, the lack of enforcement or cynicism about the quality of enforcement was the one common recurring theme. And I know you've heard that as well. So I would really caution this council against allowing a proliferation of permits until there is a greater track record of enforcement. I certainly want Ms. Becknell to be successful and the efforts that we've talked about today to be successful. It just seems like the most wise and prudent course is to constrain the total number of permits being issued until there is a strong track record of enforcement and a greater confidence by the public in the city's capacity to enforce. Right now, 1 per square is both your density limit and effectively your aggregate cap. And as long as you're taking that model, then I do think 1 per square is the right aggregate cap. It closely aligns with the number of legal operators or 1% of the housing stock, which we can say is an acceptable amount of housing to be taken out of the marketplace. Obviously, other alternatives would equate to a much greater total number of potential units, and we don't want to have to put the cat back in the bag yet again. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's all of the folks in support. Nikki, Nikki, sorry, Nikki, come on up.
Nikki Savinsky, 1011 St. Philip. This is my casual uniform.
because I'm at 3 public meetings this day to yesterday, because that's what volunteering has become. So 1 per square, absolutely. This is, as far as I'm concerned, a compromise already. So we don't need to compromise anymore. If we allow them at all, we've compromised. If it's per block face, it's 4 times as many. If it's per 100 block, that could potentially be still 4 per block, depending on the block of the city. And we're not even talking about commercial short-term rentals at this time. We're only looking at residential or non-commercial, which, let's be honest, is a commercial enterprise in the first place. It's a quality of life issue. Besides higher taxes and insurance, higher crime as tourists get preyed on, which I see every single day, even though they're not legal in the quarter, we see it, and we see people transiting into Treme and Marigny at 4 a.m. and we hear it. But it's also a quality of life issue that has impacted our neighborhood in the French Quarter. We are now looking at a school closing that has been there as a school, maybe not this building, since 1860. That is because as short-term rentals have increased, there are no longer people who can afford to live in Treme, Marigny, Bywater, the French Quarter, and send their kids to school. This is a problem. Our neighborhood is becoming an entirely commercial neighborhood because of short-term rentals, not just in the French Quarter, but in all of the neighborhoods surrounding. We no longer have enough kids for New Orleans Parish School Board to think we deserve a school for the kids that live in our neighborhoods and for the kids whose parents work in our neighborhoods. I have parents walking past our stoop sit devastated because they don't know how they're going to get their kids to school and still get to work on time. So the impacts of STRs are felt so much farther than just housing.
Thank you. All right, so that's the end of in support. There were some cards that were filed incorrectly, but I'm going to go through them. Reminder, you have 2 minutes to speak and I will cut you off since y'all are so insistent. Karen Lodrig.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Lodrig. I live at 5423 Seminary Place in New Orleans. I wanted to talk a couple of things. First of all, I feel like, golly, we've done some horrible things. Us STR owner operators are some horrible people from what we're hearing up here, and that's very discouraging. But some questions. You have a $50 application fee, which goes toward the permit, but yet you might be in a lottery. So does that $50 go towards your permit if you are approved? If not, then you're collecting all these $50 fees. People are paying, they're not knowing if they're going to get approved or get their permit or not. So you're collecting that money. Also, someone mentioned about you're not going to accept the applications if they're incomplete. And sometimes you just need somebody to help you out. So to pay a fee and then throw out the applications because it is incomplete does not seem fair as well. 1 per block square, of course, sounds like a terrible idea. I would not have been an SDR operator owner if we were in that situation. Unfortunately, the person who brought me into SDR lived 2 houses away. Unfortunately, she has succumbed to illnesses, so she's not there anymore. So I don't have to deal with that. But I hate for those people that need the money like I do, and that's why I do it. This is my STR. This is my retirement. I'd hate to eliminate somebody because they needed that money to make their expenses, the insurance, the homeowners, the property taxes. You've heard it all. I've said it before. I'm owner operated and I need the money in order to make these payments to the city. Okay, so I really wonder what these so-called terrible STR places, properties look like. They must be horrible, but I want to tell you what mine looks like. When the guests drive up to my home, it's to a nice home. The lawn is manicured. It's not majestic. It's just nice. And then when inside, it's a very well appointed place. 2-bedroom.
That's your time. That's your time, ma'am.
Well, a win-win situation is what we needed.
That's your time, ma'am.
4 guests and a win.
Robert Ferris, followed by Lisa Larson.
Housing, please.
Robert Ferris. I don't know. Lisa Larson. Rebecca Joseph, and last but not least, for information only, Andrea Cuban.
Hello, Council. I am Rebecca Justice. 1530 Monroe Street is my home. I am a manager, so there's not a short-term rental at that location. After the last meeting, I went to do a little data crunching. And so I ran what one per block, like one per square, one per block face, and then 4 per square, and then a couple other iterations would actually look like when it came to the people who currently have permits and how many would lose their permits. So it includes, if there wasn't a single new applicant into the lotto, 20% of the legal permitted operators would lose their permit via the lottery through no fault of their own. 20%. That increases as you add new applicants into the permit. Those are people who have competition on their block. How many per block face? The CPC ran the numbers as 128 block faces had competition on it in the current form. 140 homeowners would lose their permit. 4 per square, only 4 people would lose their permit if you did 4 per square. And then if you exempt partial permits, which a lot of our people today on the side said, I have no problem with somebody renting out their spare bedroom. I have no problem because that doesn't take away homeowners in the neighborhood. That doesn't increase the noise. People are on site. So both sides said, there's no issue if somebody rents out their own home. So why are we capping it? That would give everybody on the block, every neighbor, equal rights to be able to do what they want to do within their own home. And then that cap would include things like double sides of the rents, double the other side of the double, that kind of thing. Only 7% would lose if you did 1 per block cap without partials, and only 3% would lose if you did 1 per block.
That's your time.
I
Thank
have
you.
copies.
Thank you. Andrew Cuban.
Good afternoon. My name's Andrea Cuban and I live at 4810 Constance in District B. And my spouse and child and I open our home 1 bedroom of our 4-bedroom house to guests in the city. And my husband and I both work full-time professional jobs, but we rely on this side hustle income to help make ends meet and raise our son in this city that we love and we think is a magical place for him to grow up. I wanted to speak today because I have some, concerns about what was presented in the slide decks, what I have read in the proposed code language, and the intent that I've heard expressed in this room in previous meetings, and if there's consistency. And I'm pleading with you to make sure that the code language is very clear and doesn't leave open a lot of loopholes. Because I think we have all agreed that fair, transparent, predictable regulations and enforcement is essential. And just hitting on one thing in particular on talk of operators, is the intent for operators to only operate 1 unit? Because if so, I think we need to tighten up that proposed code language. Respectfully, the language that Councilperson Moreno quoted earlier about in the code, I think leaves open the possibility that an operator could establish residency in more than one place and operate more than 1 unit. So I think that needs to be clarified. I also would suggest that residency documentation be something similar to what's required for public school enrollment, or something that we consistently use across the city. We're not creating something different that would leave open some ambiguity. I also want to talk about, we've talked a lot about caps, and I agree that having some sort of cap would be helpful for a lot of different reasons. We're spending a lot of energy on it though, but I'm not sure that the energy that we're spending is necessary. And
that's your time.
Thank you.
All right, Anita, online comment.
We have 54.
20 minutes of online comment. I did not see your card, Morgan. All right, Morgan, come on up. You got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council.
I'd like to say, first of all, that for 300 years, New Orleans has been a destination city, a port city, a place where travelers come, where people of all income levels and reasons for being here need accommodations. And New Orleans has always been a welcoming city for that. The original intent for short-term rentals was to be that mom and pop and give that traveler an affordable neighborhood experience. It blew up. It went all out of proportion. In 2016, the city council then made these regulations that actually opened the doors even further. And I would like to say that some of the neighborhoods that have been talked about, I grew up in the French Quarter pre-gentrification, Treme pre-gentrification. So when you start talking about STRs are the problem, what happened to hollow out those neighborhoods, that's just not true. And the gentrifiers that came in over 20 years ago, we're now on our 5th wave that have turned doubles into singles, that have pushed out original residents. So yes, STRs layered on top of that, no good. Unregulated, illegal STRs have decimated our city, but don't crush the homeowners because of this. That 2019 law, Jane Place, they're being disingenuous. Jane Place actually fought for that law in 2019. You did. Y'all were on the homeowner side and you were very instrumental in helping craft that legislation. So, okay, but don't make the homeowners the demons.
You get 10.
We're voters. We are voters. And don't call people liars. People are up here trying to save their homes. Cut it out.
All right, 20 minutes of online comment, please.
First comment is from Ginger Joyner. She says, my permit was issued in 2017 before the offending law requiring a homestead exemption in 2019. That said, it's my understanding that my permit was not issued based on an unconstitutional requirement in the 2019 law and that it should therefore be deemed valid. The next comment is from Jamie Allen. As a city council person, you have one simple job, right? Make everyone happy. Fortunately, with STRs, you can. Here's how. Anti-STR people want one thing, fewer STRs. Great, perfect. There are 3 or 4 times more illegal STRs than legal ones. Let the new STR enforcement team you already have in place go absolutely commando on the illegals for a year at least. Meanwhile, replace the homestead exemption rule with the 1 per operator rule and reissue permits to any legal STR with few or no neighbor complaints. The result, the anti-STR people are happy because we've drastically cut the number of STRs. The pro-STR people who are good hosts are also thrilled because you killed the right ones, not them. Make a rule that any property that was an illegal STR cannot apply for a legal permit or can't for so many years, so that they can't come surging back and many of those owners will sell or otherwise give up. Sit back, enjoy great popular support, coast to re-election, and wait to see if we still need any additional STR rules. Next comment is from Davis Rogan. My name is Davis Rogan. I was born at Baptist Hospital. I'm a lifelong resident of Orleans Parish. I never miss an election. For the past 30 years, I have owned and resided in a 3-unit storefront in Treme. I have 2 rental units. I rent the 2-bedroom unit to a full-time tenant, and I use a short-term rental platform to rent the small 1-bedroom. I've seen the detrimental effects of full house party house rentals like the one on Treme and the other on Murray Street have had on the neighborhood, both in the misplacement of my former neighbors and in piles of penis straws and Bud Light cans. I fully and vehemently oppose rentals of whole houses for STR purposes. As a musician and a music educator who is trying to renovate a 180-year-old house and pay property taxes, which have gone up after whole house party house rentals drove up the property values, I find my small STR unit rental essential to paying my note and upkeep. People who live in their houses full-time and rent a single unit are not the problem. Next comment is from Jacques Dehomes. I own a home that I currently operate, an STR 100% by the book. I purchased this home several years ago. I use it whenever I'm in town, which is about 6 or 8 times a year. When I'm not using the house, I have it listed on sites for rent. Without renting the home, I could not afford it. I also employ cleaning crew, maintenance crew, landscaping crew, and employ others based on need. This home is a savings from my retirement. At that time, I plan to live in the house 100% of the time. My ask is that this body consider the negative impacts that some of the decisions may have on me and the individuals that my STR supports. The service that we as STR operators are invaluable also to guest tourists that come to this great city. Many are saying that people who rent hotel or boutique bed and breakfasts. Some of the things that we offer in our home cannot and will not be at a hotel for the prices that we offer them. Imagine the number of individuals that will not be able to visit the city if some of the regulations that are being proposed are approved. Next comment is from Emily McManus. Dear council members, I'm a homeowner and owner operator of an STR in the Tremay area. I've been a host for almost 2 years and it has benefited the city and me. I ask that it be continued without the strict 1 per block square minimum and ask for your consideration and support. Being an STR host has provided me with financial support, and without this income, I could no longer afford to keep my home with the rising cost of insurance, utilities, and inflation. Through the income I have made from the ability to host, I have been able to keep my home. I take extreme pride in hosting individuals in my home, and I do not take that lightly. I have a 2-person limit and a small unit. There's no negative impact on my neighbors who are all in support of my decision to use STR for additional income to make ends meet. Bringing new guests to stay in our area has provided the city with great benefits, such as employing local handy workers, cleaning staff, and guided guests to many local businesses they might not have otherwise visited. In addition, this has helped me develop new relationships with people from around the world, and it has been a fabulous experience. This provides a vital service for visitors in New Orleans, and I recommend that it continue to be available and regulated to protect those like myself, who operate legally and with extreme care. Next comment is from Jennifer Perk. Hello, thank you for your attention to this matter. We have at least 5 or 6 STRs on our block. 2 have legal permits, the rest have expired permits or none. They are all actively renting now. I wanted to make sure that the City Planning Commission also included in their study of block facing that the STRs without legal permits were included. We also have an STR next door to us that lists half of the property as being used, but they rent out both units. We ask that you please enforce the 1 STR per block and also increase enforcement of the STR illegal behaviors. We are now experiencing aggressive renters and the owners live out of town. The next comment is from Jared Moradian. Council members want a lottery system to determine which New Orleanians can pay for their insurance, mortgages, and groceries. They seem determined, despite the pain it will cause to neighbors who have played by the rules, who operate on the smallest margins, who love their neighborhoods, who protect their neighborhoods, and who attract the least disruptive visitors possible. Council's Hunger Games will cause great harm to residents and solve none of the issues that they say justify stripping income from retirees, families, and folks just trying to stay afloat. No one rents out part of their home unless they need to. People with the means to just have a home just have a home to themselves. When those people buy doubles, they convert them to singles. Is City Council interested in clawing those units back? Of course not. Are those people demonized by housing advocates for threatening affordable housing? Maybe they should be. Affordable housing at all levels is an important issue that should be addressed, but this cruel and confusing lotto system for residents, hosts, is not an answer. These hosts will not convert part of their homes to long-term rentals. They will find other ways to survive, or they will sell at significantly higher prices than they paid for their homes. Council members have time to stop this. I hope that they do. Next comment is from Janet Strickland. Partial STRs, AKA mom and pop STRs, are not the problem. Please do not enforce new rules that push us out. We are not the problem with loud parties or affordable housing. We rent a room in the house we live in. We are the good guys. Please consider the working class who are just trying to scrape by when you enforce new rules. The mom and pop STRs should not be punished. Thank you. Next comment is from Timothy Andrews. The original intent of Airbnb was air mattresses and spare rooms. It would be great if the rules reflected the intent of the company. This would mean the person liable for the property stayed with the guests while they enjoyed their visit. Next comment is from Beth Sheets. The city code should not be amended to restrict short-term rentals to so many per block. As we have seen when the code was amended in 2016 to restrict STRs, these restrictions do nothing to bring down housing prices. Rents in the city have not gone down, nor has the cost of purchasing or owning a home. In fact, both have continued to rise, even though the number of STRs was restricted. The truth of the matter is the only difference between an LTR and an STR is that one day between the 28th day and the 29th day of stay. Ultimately, both are temporary stays, and the average homeowner only stays in a home about 8 years. Gone are the days of the lifelong resident. To blame STRs for housing woes in New Orleans is ridiculous. We have 100,000 less people in the city than before Katrina. The difference now is many of the neighborhoods that before Katrina, no one wanted to live in, much less were able to sell a house, are now desirable. People spent tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix up properties in these areas. Even if STRs were banned completely, no one is going to rent or sell a nice property at the price of a derelict one. Since many STRs are second homes or other sides of doubles, there's also no guarantee that they will even go back into the housing market. Why cripple property owners by not allowing them to decide if STR or LTR is best for them? At a time when insurance rates have quadrupled, property taxes have gone up, the price of gas is up, energy and sewage and water board bills are through the roof, inflation is on the rise. We already know these restrictions don't lower rents or create affordable housing. The 2016 amendment showed us that. Now you're going to further fail homeowners with this amendment. Next comment is from Katrina Chirillo. I've operated a permitted short-term rental in my home for years. It's my job and how I pay my mortgage and help support my family. Councilmember Harris, please find a way to make an exception in the square block restriction for those of us who have been operating in good faith and within the confines of the law to continue our rentals and stay in our homes. The next comment is from Gary Reggio. Requiring an on-site operator and enforcing existing nuisance laws should be sufficient for STR regulation. Having only one STR per block is an overreach and will punish existing STR properties who will be subject to a lottery system. Next comment is from Lydia Cutler. I'm writing to express my concern over the proposed STR density limits. I am one of many homeowners who relies on rental income in order to cover the ever-increasing insurance and property taxes. These expenses increase, yet insurance benefits and basic city functions like public safety, drivable streets, and sanitation decrease. The city council knows who the bad actors are and who have operated without permits and or who have not been good neighbors. These are the property owners the city council should focus on and allow time for the new enforcement staff and software to work to shut those down. The problem is enforcement, not adding unfair regulations. Most of us homeowners would be okay with the on-site operator rule, but if the council moves forward with the one per block rule, it could lead to many unfavorable outcomes, such as one, the decreased income the city receives from STR fees and occupancy taxes, two, decreased income earned by citizens who provide STR services like housekeeping and maintenance, three, infighting between neighbors subject to the permit lottery system, and four, more homeowners ending up in a mortgage or tax lien foreclosure. Has the city council considered the amount of STR income and occupancy taxes and fees that will not be received when permits are reduced and the amount of income no longer earned by housekeeping and maintenance providers? Has the city council thought about people who don't live on neat square blocks like those in Gentilly or other sprawling neighborhoods and have more neighbors to compete with for a permit? Has the city council thought about urgent priorities like public safety so that homeowners, renters, and visitors do not have to worry each day about having their car stolen? being held up in an armed robbery or expecting police to not show up when there's a crime. Has the city council discussed opportunities with Nora and the city's Office of Community Development to provide subsidies for affordable and mixed income housing? Next comment is from May Schroeder. As an owner operator of a licensed short-term rental in my own home, I'm in favor of the proposed changes and the refinement of STR enforcement. However, I urge council members to not restrict licenses to one per square block. My immediate neighbor and I have peacefully and legally operated our STRs for years. It will cause tremendous financial hardship to one of us if only one license per block will be allowed, considering the proposed lottery system. Simply converting our STR to a long-term rental will not solve the housing crisis, nor will it help us recover the thousands of dollars spent to create our current rental. Look at any platform for long-term rentals and you'll find hundreds of available apartments, furnished and unfurnished, that have been listed for months, yet they sit empty. Further, the city will lose taxes and fees generated by legally operated STRs, funds of which are purportedly collected to help the Neighborhood Housing Improvement Fund and to help enforce existing STR laws. Having an STR has enabled us to do much needed renovations to our home that is on the historic register. Now, my husband and I, both medical professionals, are wondering how we will be able to pay our mortgage. We'll need to leave New Orleans, and you must know that we are not alone in this thinking. Next comment is from Patrick Smith. The City Council of New Orleans should allow the hardworking citizens of this city to continue to operate short-term rentals at the properties that they have sacrificed to purchase. The significant increase of property taxes, homeowner policies, and flood insurance has greatly increased the cost of home ownership in New Orleans. Inflation has also driven up the cost of maintaining these properties, and the fair market value rents are not enough to cover the cost of ownership. SDR payments help the average citizen to make ends meet and also contribute greatly to providing additional tax revenue for the city. Without the short-term rental, most citizens will be unable to afford to keep their property, forcing them to sell and possibly relocate to other more affordable areas outside of the city limits. This would unjustly hurt hardworking citizens and eliminate much needed tax revenue for the city. The major problem with STRs in our city is corporations that manage multiple STRs at their properties, not the mom and pops that usually have only one STR property. Mom and pops should be allowed to be a part of the American dream and utilize an STR to maintain that dream. Next comment is from Delphea Marcellus. I lived on Carondelet Street since 1990 and operated short-term rentals since 2017. While I understand the need to reduce the number of STR locations, I oppose the notion that only one location per block square be allowed, and more so that this location be selected via a lottery. 2 per square block seems more reasonable. But if locations must be reduced, properties should be selected based on the owner's length of history of living and paying taxes in the neighborhood. Thanks. Next comment is from Helene Burnett. Good afternoon. I have owned and operated a legal 5-bedroom, 5-bath bed and breakfast in my neighborhood for more than 15 years ago. We were very conscientious hosts, and all of my neighbors supported our business and supported my conditional use permit. We operated a legal STR a few years ago on my block of General Taylor Street for 2 years until city guidelines required us to cease because the property wasn't my primary residence. We complied. I returned it to a long-term rental status along with 5 other long-term rentals on my block, which I own. Never once was there a remote issue with any guests we hosted. To the contrary, because of my involvement and their consideration, all guests were the best we could hope for. They respected our neighbors and very much appreciated the opportunity to have a local experience. I am a career hospitality professional and have worked for NOLA Hotels since graduating college many years ago. I'm an excellent neighbor. I participate in most neighborhood association efforts. I cleanse my neighborhood of litter daily. Almost every neighbor on my block sees me daily, and every neighbor has my cell should they need to reach me for any reason. I would never dream of doing anything or allowing a situation which compromises their quality of life or disrespects my neighborhood for the sake of my tenants, neighbors, and family. Finally, I have had a permit to operate an STR at my residence for 2 years, located in the same neighborhood as my previous efforts. I'm a conscientious neighbor, host, hospitality professional, and NOLA native resident. I implore you to not move forward with the 1 square block limit for STRs. It's an extreme overreach, which will negatively affect and penalize many with a potentially devastating impact on their ability to support themselves in our increasingly expensive city. I have time for one more comment, I think. Sherelle Arnold, I do not own a residential STR, nor have I in the past. Additionally, I fully support the efforts and funding for affordable housing in New Orleans. However, so greatly restricting the ability of homeowners to utilize their own property within clear limits with no obvious evidence that it will offer any meaningful affordable housing boost is unfair and places far more pressure on New Orleans homeowners in a time when the cost of home ownership has skyrocketed. Flood insurance, homeowners insurance, property taxes, and interest rates have all gone up incrementally. Despite that, what opponents may argue, this is not because of short-term rentals, but a myriad of factors. Instead, many homeowners depend on the income generated from operating a short-term rental to afford to keep and maintain their homes. Just this weekend, I spoke to someone who was afraid that they would be forced to stop short-term renting their attached mother-in-law suite, money they use to pay their children's school tuition. In past hearings in front of the City Planning Commission, New Orleanians came forward to explain how they use their short-term rental income, things like cancer treatments and increased insurance premiums. The proposed legislation would pit neighbor against neighbors with no ability to appeal, regardless of need or quality of property management. This is cruel, particularly in cases where someone is occasionally renting out a room of their own home. These rentals would need not even contribute to the overall housing stock unless the council would force private homeowners to take full-time roommates, which I'm sure that is not the case. I'm asking the council to instead adopt the recommendations of the Planning Commission, which would consider limits per single-sided block, not square block, and that there be some ability to enter a lottery for additional permits so that neighbors would not be forced against one another in such a manner. I would also ask the council to consider meaningful affordable housing legislation that addresses the issue head-on.
Thank you, Anita. The rest of the comments will be posted to the record. I want to thank everybody for coming, spending your time here. We'll have the final vote next Thursday. If you want to email us, submit public comment the 23rd of March. If you want to attend that meeting, I encourage you to do so. That'll give you another chance to speak. And with that, I would like to.
Wait, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I had my buzzer.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I think that we're almost relitigating an issue that we decided some time ago, which was just at our last meeting. But I want us to also keep in mind that we have expressed, and I continually express my regret that those who invested in this program based on what was created some years ago, almost back in 2016, we started talking about this issue, or potentially to be hurt relative to these decisions that we have to make, but we have to make them. But it's important to recognize also that there's another group that's not being heard because they were heard last time. What about those who've invested and lived in single family neighborhoods because that's where they chose to live, who have lived there for 25 and 30 years, who could have moved into an area of commercial development if they wanted to do so? I am very sympathetic, but it's important for us to recognize that what about those neighbors? What about those in the historic Ninth Ward and Pontchartrain Park and Gentilly Woods and Vista Park and Oak Park, north of Allen Toussaint and Lake Oaks, Lake Vista, Lake Terrace, Lake Shore? What about those in other areas of the community who invested and spent significant dollars knowing that they were going to move into areas where there would be neighbors. Keep in mind that there are a lot of other sides to this, and it's a very difficult decision that the city council had to make, which we kind of made already, but it's a very difficult decision. But it's important to recognize, it is important to recognize that times do change. Absolutely. But let's keep this in mind. There are people who have invested. First off, I wasn't rude to you all, and I really resent that. No, let me tell you, I'm going to an opening of a business on Friday, for example, Canseco's grocery store, which invested $5 million in their new grocery store in the middle of Gentilly and is strongly supported by the residents of that area. I wonder if they would do the same. I would wonder if they would do the same if they were surrounded by Airbnbs or short-term rentals. Well, I hate it when people are rude, when everyone has been respectful to them. Well, there was a vote already. There was a vote. This was not to be a zoning hearing. First, you're being rude. You had your opportunities. You had your opportunity to speak. Let me make it clear. At the end of the day, there are multiple opinions on this, and I encourage you to go to some of the neighborhood association meetings that I attend, as I'll be attending on Saturday, the Pontchartrain Park Neighborhood Association, the Maria Neighborhood Association. There are neighbors that need to be considered too. It's a very, very difficult issue, but it is something that the city council had to confront. There were opportunities, certainly, for us to consider additions, if you will, but we have to get something before a judge. And I think that we had significant public hearings, including public hearings that I attended, for example, where there were over 100 members of the community present who expressed their concerns relative to this issue. But I look forward to moving forward on the vote at our next council meeting. I appreciate the work of the council. It's been very difficult, the work of the community, but our neighborhoods have to be respected too. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to move to adjourn.
So
Seconded by Councilmember King. All in favor?
all right.
It passes. Thank you. Thanks for your patience.